infographic for this.
Do we need
There was none.
There was none.
There-
That's why I can't find
Yeah,
it.
the marketing people were not able to make a marketing slide for their own marketing workshop.
No wonder I can't find one.
That's a real thing.
Well, you know, the mechanics car is the last one to get working.
That is true.
I can say that is absolutely a fact. I have a muffler leak and a crack in my windshield. Do you know that that's what my husband does?
No,
Ryan?
I do now.
John and I, what do we have? Like 14, 15 hours of content to try to get into. It's really, when you look at it with the breaks and John and I just talking about anything, it's about 22 minutes of content, right? Over the 4 hours.
Hold on. We're finishing at 4 p.m. Thursday, right? Oh, it's 4 p.m. today? Oh my gosh. I had like a change of clothes and a bunch of Cliff Bars. I thought this was like a 26-hour thing.
Oh, like one of those raising money for charity kind of things?
Yeah, I thought this was like a telethon,
It's a
and we were going
telethon.
to I was literally going to teach everything I've learned, which can only cover 26 hours. That's why I suggested 4. Oh, so you're saying we're going to end at 4 o'clock today?
4 o'clock Eastern time, UTC -5. Yes.
Jeez. All right, I need to edit the deck. I think I have too much.
Hey, Megan. Megan is new to the Wild West Hackin Fest team, which is awesome. She's here to respond to, what would you call your title, Megan? Did you get to give it to yourself?
Well,
or just
I'm the director of customer service.
She's
So
the
I will be directing all of the customers into service.
Nice. Nice. That's,
Megan will be doing a multitude of things, including cyber range, working in ACE-T, wearing a multitude of hats. So we are way happy to have Megan here. She's already made an impact on what we're doing and how we process things. And Megan and Jason and I all worked together at a former company, which we won't talk about. And then Megan and I worked at another company together, which we won't talk about, which all brought us up here to Wild West Hackin Fest, Anti-Scythe and Black Hills and ACM. What do you call it, John or Jason? The Strand?
Strand.
yeah, the Strand family of companies. The Strand family. But so in the beginning, John was, going through and picking all the people to join his companies. And when you sit down with the testers and you sit down at dinner, everyone has a "where John found me" story. Oh, well, John found me. I was working at it. And I was like, oh. And there's like these. And so now there's the John found me, and then we found people to bring in. And so it's anyone who's ever been like, I hear Black Hills is really nepotistic. It's like, no, it's just when we meet people we really like and who get that feeling, they get brought in. I was on vacation and I came back and I was like, hey, Velda, what's going on with Megan? She's like, today's our first day. And I was like,
True story.
True story. Oh, it used to be Ryan. We used to be like, oh man, we're so thankful Ryan's here. Now it's sorry, Ryan.
Now they hate me.
We've moved on.
John, are you taking a
that was a
selfie?
mistake.
Yeah, John's selfieing.
I'm a huge fan of analogging, like physically taking pictures of screens to post to a screen. To me, it's a way to like disrupt the system. So I love, if I have to take a screenshot, I take a picture of it with my phone, then I airdrop it to myself, then I Dropbox it to whoever I'm trying to send it to.
Nice. Do you want us all to like hold up our cameras taking a picture?
Yes. Oh my
while
gosh.
we take a picture of the picture.
Are we ready?
Yeah,
Hashtag
I'm ready.
photo release. Boom. Look at that. Oh yeah, like a face cover. Like, okay. Oh, hold on. Fair enough.
Okay.
Hilarious.
Okay.
Great job, everyone.
Cool.
Well, fun
And
times.
that's it. And we're done. So thanks for joining us today.
John, I found you. You were in this, I guess, an abandoned warehouse? No, an abandoned basketball court. No, wait.
A historic vintage bungalow.
That's it.
That's it. Yes.
Yeah.
So we had hired, like, Deb and I think, Deb, were you on board yet when we hired Aaliyah, the intern? Yeah. So we hire this intern who happens to live on my street. So we hire a marketing intern, and she's like, I'm also interning for this place across the street that is an ad agency. And I was like, there's an ad agency in my neighborhood? And if you ever came to my neighborhood, you'd be like, oh, okay. And so I was like, well, I want to meet the person who runs this. And so I went over and met John, and John was probably like, your first meeting of me, you're like, why is this guy here? Like what does he want from me? Right?
Yeah, like I came out of the door and you were like in the bushes. You were like peering, like you had binoculars. And then I was like, who is that? And you were like, marketing. And I was like, oh my gosh, you're one of us. And then, sparks flew. We were doing from there. That was it. We were locked and loaded. Now look at us. We're going to teach something together today. So come a long way.
So John invited me to a class that he teaches. And I was sitting there taking John's class. He invited me. It was, free of charge, just sit down. And the whole time I was sitting there, I was like, I want to say things to go along with what John's saying, but I can't because it's his class. It's his class. So I had this whole long con where I could bring John on so that he could do this and that I could say things. Like this is finally come to fruition.
Just because somebody was wrong on the internet? And you just wanted to correct him?
No, he wasn't wrong at all. I just wanted to add on, but I didn't want to also be that guy that added on because there's, I don't want to be that guy. I wasn't going to even one up. It was just be like, yeah, I agree. Like,
yeah, I got you.
Yeah, we're like two sides of a coin. We're like peanut butter and jelly. It's like when you feel that, like you hold on to that. And by the way, that class wasn't free. You just never paid me. So I didn't want to be rude. I was like, well, welcome to the class, and also don't tell anyone that you didn't pay your invoice. But you know what? All's in the past, Jason. All's forgiven. We're gonna give out prizes today, and this has been. Although the deck will appear fun and boisterously simple. We have been planning this for many moons. So happy to finally join up and do something formal in the training and teaching category.
But I also like in the spirit of Black Hills, if you've ever been to a Black Hills webcast, we did finish the slides 20 minutes before we had to be done today. So, all right, John, we got 30 seconds. My anxiety just shot through the roof, so I'm actually out. I don't feel like I can do this today. So
breathe, Jason, breathe.
I will fill in.
Bass fan?
No.
Hi, everybody. Have a great day.
Okay, good luck.
Well, everyone just left.
Oh, good workshop. Do you typically start with playing Eye of the Tiger, or do we do that just in our minds?
Well, we could do it verbally, dun, 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 dun.
Everybody in the chat. Dun, dun, dun,
dun. Thank you all for joining us today for this Hackin Cast workshop from Wild West Hackin Fest. John Barnes and I are going to talk for the next 4 hours. There's going to be I'm getting ahead of myself. John, want to get started?
I think yes, we do. I've had 6 Red Bulls, 10 coffees, and I haven't slept since last Sunday, so I'm really excited. Let's do this.
Okay. Should we talk into the microphone like this every once in a while?
Just go right to the prizes before we lose people.
Okay. All right, everybody, we wanted to give you a breakdown of what we're going to cover today, because a lot of times we'll get this in the beginning of what are y'all going to talk? When are the breaks? So we're going to have this 15 minutes of welcome and introductions. We're going to have 45 minutes of where to put your time and effort in 2021. Remember, this is an Infosec marketing workshop. If you're like, marketing, did I just click on this thing and just register? Hopefully you have something to do with the marketing, or you're just curious. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. We're going to take a break. So we'll have a 10-minute break at the top of every hour. That's what we're shooting for, is a 10-minute break at the top of every hour. Then we'll talk about resources, planning, roles, and goals. John, hopefully you finished the slides. We're going to have a second break after that. Then it will be the introduction to content community, which will be something that I'll talk about. And then we'll have a third break at the 3 o'clock time frame for about 10 minutes. And then we will come back and then kind of bring it all together for how to create a year-long plan and execute with limited resources. Limited resources, aren't we always, John, would you say we always have limited resources regardless of what our budget is?
I have only had in my career a few times where I met people who did not have budget concerns. And what I found is that if your only impediment to success is budget, even folks I've met who had budget and still weren't successful, it's a myth. It's not budget that's your primary problem. So we'll get to that. But yeah, it's typically a sense of perspective. There's always more you want to do. There's always more you could spend. But at some point, it's not about the money.
Yeah. And then we will have this how to create one creative idea so stupid that it just might work. I actually put 2 ideas. I didn't realize we wrote one. So
I also put in that so everyone's aware. I'm going to share ideas that didn't work, that literally went nowhere. So I'll share them.
Yeah, I didn't have any of those. That's weird.
Oh.
All right, and then 25 minutes for Q&A at the end, or in case we run long in any section, because I don't know. We've never done this before, so moving on. All right, so we have this cat gift. So the shame of all this today is that on my system, the gifts just run so smooth. But here on the internet, we get every other frame or so.
We did what we could.
All right, John, who are you?
Who are you? Hey, everybody, welcome. I'm John Barnes. I wear the same thing for every webinar that I do, as you can see. This is me at a cybersecurity conference where, for my booth, I had a little box. I had a big black tablecloth, a little black box, and a sign next to it that said "Free Insights." And people would open the box and they would pull out a slip of paper and it was empty. Hilarious. But it turned out to be really popular because I would talk with people about their marketing issues right there on the spot. So anyway, I decided to wear this blazer because, well, why not? Hello, I'm John Barnes. I'll give you the quick and dirty on just my wacky career path, because I think it might help make sense a little bit as to my approach and perspective, because I'm a generalist and my career path makes no sense. And I've ended up focusing a lot on marketing process, getting plans and strategies to work together, and then really positioning the creative as a step after that. I've written a book and I just happen to have a copy here on my desk. Look, observe it. We'll talk about that later, but do you have a copy?
I have a copy upstairs. You gave it to me.
Fantastic.
When I first came to meet you, you were like, here's the book. And I have read 40% of that book.
Hey, that's great. That's more than I've read. So that's awesome. I started out my career pursuing, I only had one thing I wanted to do, which was become an automotive designer, be a car designer. And it's literally the only career I had in mind. I only applied to one school one time. I got in and I went to the Center for Creative Studies in Detroit to become an automotive designer, car designer. Once I was there for a semester, I suddenly just had this bizarre experience where, being amongst all creative people, doing creative thinking all day long, I realized my gift wasn't cars; it was creativity. It was being creative, and that the expression of creativity can take form in any type of field that you're in, not just cars. So it sort of unnerved me from knowing what to do, because with that information, I realized, well, maybe I don't want to pursue the equivalent of a doctoral program to design cars. Maybe I want to do something else with my gift and my talents, and kind of reset the deck, since I was on a very one-track career path. There's more NBA players than car designers. It's a super specific field. And I decided I wasn't going to continue, and came back home. Didn't make sense. Everyone was like, John, what are you doing? This doesn't make any sense. And I had a total career reset after that point. Maybe you've had one of those moments too. I came back and I was sort of, blank slate. What am I going to do? And church had always been important to me as a teenager and being in youth group. And I can't really explain why, but I was like, I'm going to become a youth pastor. That's the next thing I'm going to do. So as many people do, I switched from a career in design to theology. And I went to get my 4-year undergraduate in Bible and theology and became a youth pastor, because that makes a ton of sense. And I think through that transition, what really became clear was like, look, creative communication, it can take the expression of the written word. It can take the expression of fine art, of design, of writing, of theater, of marketing. There's so many different ways that creative communication can express itself that, to me, it actually didn't feel like that big of a change. Granted, only one credit transferred from my super elite art school to my theology program, but what are you going to do? I graduated and I became a youth pastor for 6 years, working with teens and high school and middle school students, doing kind of what I'm doing now, except less marketing, more Bible. And after I'd done that for a while, kind of got this itch, like I wanted to do something super creative and on my own. So I left my time as a pastor and I started my own creative agency. I did that for a few years until I started having a bunch of kids and wanted some stability. So I went to work for one of my clients who was in legal and regulatory marketing for the FDA and USDA and US customs compliance. Also a career path move that makes a ton of sense. So I was a creative loner in a world of attorneys, and we all learned from each other. I was able to appreciate the creativity found in the nuances of navigating the law, and later on, as I'll show you, I was able to get a office full of lawyers to sell a fake product made from unicorns and hustle it on the streets at a expo to thousands of people. So we'll talk about that later. After my time there, I went to a creative agency where I did big agency work. And after 6 years there, I felt like I wanted to do my own thing again. And now I run my own firm called Rebel Haiku, sort of an outsourced CMO consultant strategist for folks looking to bring a clear marketing roadmap and plan for recruiting, engagement, and marketing. And my book is sort of the summation of all of that wackiness with some advice for young professionals. That's what I do all day, and I primarily use LinkedIn. So don't go trying to find me on Facebook or MySpace because I don't do that. Ooh,
Okay.
That sounded really jaded.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Please connect with me on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
So that's me. Hi.
All right. So, hey, everyone, I'm Jason Blanchard. If you've never met me before, hi. Hello. I'm the Content Community Director for Black Hills Information Security. Our role is to produce and create content, build and foster community. And John hired me. Like when John hired me, he said, Jason, go do good things for the information security industry. And I was like, I like that. That's a cool thing to do. I'm the co-creator of Backdoors and Breaches. I do put on here was the #1 selling educational game on Amazon back in December 2019 for one day. And I was like, nice. So I got that. And then so far this year, I've helped produce 351 virtual events. 351 virtual events. Today is the 351st. Yep. Virtual events. We've had over 100,000 live attendees. So this year, I've helped a lot of people share their knowledge and build and foster community. The fact that you're here today is generally because of the work that us and our team has been doing. So really appreciate you being here. I really appreciate you being here for an Infosec marketing. Like we weren't sure when we put this out to the Wild West Hackin Fest list and put on if anyone would be interested. And literally, if you got the email, it said, please forward this to your marketing partner. So if you're here, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes, but if you're here, thank you for deciding to join us today. I'm also a presenter. I present at an Infosec conference. So one of the things I wanted to share with you, if you are in marketing, one of the things I would encourage you to do is if you plan to be at a conference because you're working a conference, you can submit a CFP for that conference. Like if you're going to be there, what I've learned over my time in the Infosec community is that I have a particular set of skills that is useful to other people in Infosec. And when I get up and talk about presentations, or I get up and talk about how I use OSINT in marketing, or how I do this, or job hunting in a certain way, I've seen how it helps others. So my first tip for all of you today is, one, if you're going to be at an Infosec conference because you're working there, submit a CFP. You have skills that could be very useful to this industry, and for you to share your knowledge would be amazing. Now, on the flip side of that, if you are a Infosec professional practitioner day-to-day, apply to speak at a marketing conference. Now, you may not be accepted or anything like that. The only place I've never been accepted to speak, John, is at a marketing conference. Like all my CFPs are always rejected. That's fine. I'm not willing to pay. That's what I say to myself, that I'm not willing to pay. So that's why I can't speak. So John has this thing where if someone won't invite you to join their world, create your own. And we're here today because I was like, well, if they won't accept me, I'll just do my own webcast. But here we are. So I'm also a Twitch streamer. Why am I on Twitch? It's because I realized at one point I was 41 years old, and I did not want to get to the point where I was like, what are they doing these days? Oh, man. So I hired people younger than me to come in and consult for me. I hired an esports producer. I hired someone that understands YouTube live streaming, and I was like, come teach me how to do all these things, because I missed it for like 6 or 7 years. And so I was like, so I hired someone. to teach me. So I got on Twitch to understand it, to learn it, and then twice a week I help people job hunt like a hacker. In my former days, I was the marketing manager for the SANS Institute penetration testing curriculum. So if any of you here are practitioners of the information security industry and you have a poster hanging up in your office, there's a good chance that I may have been part of the designing it. And when I say designing it, like I did not touch anything. When I've said this in the past, I will get an immediate message from my graphic designer saying, "You did what now?" So no, I just came up with here's what I want and here's where I want it, and please change it to look like this. And then eventually it gets printed. I owned a comic book store for years. And that taught me a lot about community and content. And I was an instructor at Full Sail University where I taught content creation and promotion. And that is where I got a chance to speak and teach and learn. And so that is me. That is my LinkedIn. We can drop it into when I'm on a break, I'll drop that in if you would like to connect with me. I would love to connect with you. And so I think that's just a hit. So what's this, John?
Jason, they do want to hear more about MySpace, and I just want everyone to know, yes, we will talk about MySpace later, because I know that's trending right now. Yeah, thanks, Jason. This is a little thing that we're going to introduce throughout. I love giving prizes. It is literally the favoriteest thing that I do. And we're not just going to give them out willy-nilly with no work. This ain't no raffle. We're going to do a little something called Gifts for Gifts. So we have a challenge for you. And if you drop a gift that we consider to be the highest form of art that answers the question, you just might win some prizes. And Jason, we have a good amount of prizes. I think we're giving out 4 prize packs today. Am I right?
Did we talk about this ahead of time, John?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. That's yeah, absolutely. We're giving away 4 prizes today.
We do have legitimate prizes. So Jason, I think this is going to work. We've scattered them throughout the event. Perhaps we've put some more prizes at the end to hold your attention until the bitter end. But let's get things going and let's give something away. Yes?
Sure. Yeah, let's do it.
So that since I've written a book, like there's nothing worse than people that write a book that never stop talking about their book. So I'm going to give away a copy. We're going to get that out of the way. And then I don't have to talk about it anymore. I'm going to send you, if you're the winner, you're going to get an autographed copy of Creative Threads and my matching journal, 2 wristbands, and oh my gosh, look at this. We do have real things to teach you, by the way. I'm going to give you your Define the Difference postcard. It's a series of personal branding questions that you can use to help bring to life and define your personal brand as an individual. So I'm physically going to mail this to you if you were the winner. And the question is, you ready? So get ready. You're going to drop a GIF in the chat. That's how you do this over in Discord, right, Jason?
All right. So they have to be on Discord, first of all, for them to win. We posted a link inside the chat if you're not joining Discord, or if you're like, I don't want a prize. I don't care. I'm not going to join Discord. You don't need to. So what is it?
You want these prizes.
What is it?
You want these prizes. The question is, describe 2020 in 1 GIF.
That is appropriate for work.
Get going, everybody. This is relevant and tax deductible. So drop your gifts in. Describe 2020 in 1 GIF. We're going to give away this prize pack. If you are the winner, you will be reached out to and must provide your mailing address. And we are going to send you a little something in the mail. And we have other prizes, too, that are less self-promotional. So don't worry. We have 4 opportunities for you to win. And it's going to be a really great day.
Yeah, I don't know if I would say less promotional, but
yeah, I was kidding. Hey, we got some good ones in there. Oh, Matt, well played.
Ooh, I smell opportunity. That's a good one.
Fire, classic.
So, John, reminder that there's a 10-second to almost a 2-minute delay, depending on where people are in the world and their internet connection.
Right.
So
yeah. It's a level playing field. We're equal opportunity gift collectors. So, drop yours and wait. We're all going to learn from each other here. And really, as cultivators of looping motion graphics, which is what I call gift making on my resume.
Did you say gift making?
I'm sorry?
Did you say gift making?
Gift making. I know I'm pronouncing it wrong, but I don't care. I'm not changing. Too old. So, gift making. GIF making. Stop it. I feel like this is our era's Mona Lisa. All right, we got some good ones in here. Jason, How are we going to pick? I mean, I like the flaming dumpster floating down the river.
Yeah.
But I also love me some Dumb and Dumber. I mean, what do you think?
I think we're going to let Deb pick.
Okay.
So Deb, please go through the gifts there. Whatever you think is appropriate, reach out to them with a private message, grab their address for us, please, and then give it to John. And then we'll pick there and then announce who the winner is for sure, Deb. All right.
You got it.
You announce. And we
Thank
have
you so
some
much.
breaks. We have some breaks scattered about. So if you feel like your gift was really good yet neglected in the conversation, we can certainly highlight that if there's no other substantive questions. So, so congratulations.
Can I choose my own GIF?
Yeah.
Okay.
Winner Deb now.
Oh, no, you can't choose yourself. No, must be present to win. Cannot choose yourself. Only one winner per workshop. And
in 2020.
yes, this year. Okay.
All right, we ready?
I'm ready.
We're past all the introductions. We're pretty much on time. This is fantastic. All right, let's go. All right, so it says where to put your time and effort in 2021. John Barnes and Jason Blanchard. We're going to talk about this for about 45 minutes or so, and then we'll have that 10-minute break that we mentioned. And here we go. Let's do it. Where to put your time and effort in 2021.
I think, Jason, it might help too to give a little bit of framework. Like when you hear marketing workshop, right, that could take a lot of forms. And what we've really put together here for everyone to see is like, we're not going to talk through like, bid rates and changes in PPC trends and, SEO tag, blah, blah, blah. Like we're going to try to focus on conceptual frameworks that you can weave into other stuff that you're already doing and to really help you put some alignment together. Spoiler alert, there's no slide that says all the things that you should change due to COVID-19, right? So we'll get into a little bit, but this is really like a pandemic agnostic process focused kind of approach with a lot of stories within it. So, I mean, hopefully there's some stuff that we have in here too that's fairly tactical, but it's just a download. We're not going to go through anything really, level 10, analytic kind of stuff, but we are going to point you in the right direction if you need it. So I think that's a good thing to know coming out. Also at Wednesday between noon and 4, like neither Jason nor I have the brain power to give you hardcore, metrics driven analytics detail. So we're going to give you good, actionable storytelling goodness, right?
Yeah, it's like practical things that you could start doing immediately or start thinking about now. I also noticed that we have our very first, I don't want to call it typo, I want to say happy accident. What's your biggest marketing challenging looking like in 2021? As you can tell, we went back and made some revisions. So is that where you want to get started? Asking people in the, GoToWebinar questions, if you want to respond there, or in the Discord, if you are in marketing, what is your biggest marketing challenge look like in 2021? So we know there's a delay, so feel free to respond and say something like, I don't know. Or like for me, my biggest marketing challenge in I'll start with mine while the questions are coming in, John. My biggest challenge for 2021 is being compared to 2020. Like when I'm starting to think what 2021 is going to look like, do my metrics, am I doing year-over-year metrics? Am I doing year-over-year growth? Am I doing like, here's what worked in 2020 versus what worked in 2021? Because I do not know how to prepare. Like I have some ideas and I have things that I want to do, but I was talking to a friend the other day. It's like, I almost want to tell people like, hey, just compare me to 2019 because 2020 is so different, so unique, so use case study, whatever you want to call it, that I don't know how to compare what's happening next year to this year. So what about you, John?
No, it's a great point. And we're going to start with measurement. And that's one of the great things I've told clients as well is like, hey, so looking at our quarterly review, I have no idea. Because it's very hard to take apples to oranges years and measure to, if you are in the fortunate group that has been doing, measurement within your marketing operations for more than a year. I mean, you have to measure year to year, month to month, quarter to quarter, adjust for seasonality, adjust for campaigns, and then do your hard and soft metrics to assess whether or not something is working. With the pandemic, it's very hard to just switch gears and try to measure for this year. Yet at the same time, you can't take 12 months off and say, let's just throw stuff at the wall. Although there is a good portion that we're going to recommend just throwing stuff. There's a lot of other good questions in the chat. Jason, I mean, personal branding and, careers, obviously, engagement, cutting through the noise, lost at sea with other information.
Yeah.
phenomenon we're all familiar with?
Yeah, marketing myself and getting myself a new job. Like some of the people watching today are just like, how can I adapt what you're talking about for companies or for organizations to myself? Like one here, it's how do I reach a bigger audience with high quality content for my blog? There's a lot of things that we're looking at for next year.
I will tell everyone that here's a tactical one. Go Google MailChimp's 2020 report. They did a great report just a little bit ago, sort of like pandemic and email. How are we doing? Spoiler alert, email is having its best year ever across every industry. People are reading everything that comes through. Send as much as you want. People are eating it up. Other forms of social, I have not been able to just take a cross-cutting assessment as clearly as MailChimp, but I think that's at least one great takeaway that tactically should impact some of your operations, is that email's having a great year and will continue to have a great year of performance and engagement well into as long as the pandemic continues.
Yeah, the person I was talking with over the weekend, he worked for an email company that services email, builds email software, and he's like, it's been a great year for email. And so one of the things that we'll talk about, and I'll talk about specifically, is how do you protect that list? How do you protect your email list that you cultivate, that you build, that you put together, and protect it from blank? Like, what are you protecting it from? And for me, the number one thing I protect my email list from is monetization, because everyone in the organization, and that was a little spoiler for what I'll talk about, is everyone all of a sudden, when you build that email list, is like, how can we use it to make money? And you're like, well, hold on. Is that one good? Or we still got more? After all social media is becoming MySpace? Yeah, for the most part.
We got some, local SEO, multiple location. Search is still, is relevant as ever, by the way. One of the challenges when you get to the resource side, sort of like, does your marketing enterprise fit into the play to your strengths and hire your weaknesses? Or are you in a resource position where you're I wear a bunch of hats, and it's sort of up to you, Google, and your $1,000 a month budget to make it all happen? So from that perspective, it's still about stretching every dollar, because you can't just generate ads. If you are in the opportunity to work for a nonprofit, or you have nonprofit chops, don't forget about Google's nonprofit program for Google Ads. Don't forget about nonprofit partnerships and taking your for-profit activities and pursuing partnerships, doing good wherever your audience is. That stuff is timeless, but even more so during pandemic, when needs are heightened. So although those aren't typically marketing, opportunities to turn up the good meter within your organization and spur your enterprise on to be pursuing creative action outside your normal swim lane into nonprofit partnerships, a great time to start thinking about some of those strategic opportunities.
Yeah, I like this one from Daryl. Said, what will the new 2021 uncertainties be? Like, going into 2021, you're like, all right, so 2020, we just like rolled with the punches, but what punches are we going to have to roll with in 2021 is like everything changes from how everything changed. I'm going to move on to the next one. Is marketing your full-time role, or are you doing other duties as well?
Yeah, let us know. We want to know, like, what's your role? What do you cover? Are you, the sole marketer in your whole org? Are you one of a team? Do you handle a bunch of vendors and outsourced agency folks? Or are you like the one-trick pony covering SEO, video, social, and website? Are you that person?
Yeah.
So let us know what you cover. Just give us a real quick scoop. And if you have a really amazing job title, like Chief Awesome Officer or something like that, I think we would also be interested in identifying some amazing job titles.
Yeah, so when I came on board at Black Hills last year, there was one other person, and that person decided to leave. And so it was me. And I was like, okay, all right, it's me. And I was like, what do you do when it's just you? The first thing you do when it's just you is you hire 1099, someone to help you. So that was Deb. So if you've met Deb, thank you, Deb, for coming on board. But I've been that sole person, but I've also been a person inside of a larger team. I like being a sole person. I really do enjoy the autonomy that comes with being a sole person, but I also sometimes I miss the person who handles email. I miss the person who handles social. I miss the person that handles events. I miss the person that handles. And yeah, we're looking here. We got one trick pony. We got one person. So I'm not
a multiple
marketer,
trick
but-
pony. I like that. Jason, one thing to point out too, it's not necessarily marketing, it's for marketers. I mean, the professional fatigue that a lot of folks are feeling this year is amplified by your context. And like, I've been in a lot of different creative contexts professionally. I've been the one person that did everything at an organization. I've been one creative amongst 80 creatives who are all creative. I've been one creative only for me as the client, and one creative as me serving a bunch of clients. And sometimes you feel in a hard to describe sense that you need a different context, and it's tough to separate. Am I feeling just burnout from the work, or do I need a shift in who's next to me? And the who's next to me is like marketers and creative people. Like sometimes you need to be amongst your people. Do you know what I mean? Like you need a agency, creative kind of context. Other times you want people to like get out of your way and let you go learn and chase and do. And you need an organization that's like, here, we're a mess. Please fix us. Here's your budget. We'll love whatever you do. We trust you. Get going. And, you know, they're very different in terms of what you need from them. But I think sometimes people feel like they're selling out on their current organization if it's a great job or a great fit. And they feel almost like they shouldn't leave because they should be grateful for what they have. And you should be. But other times, like, I think creative people need context, you know, where you're amongst different ways of creative expression or marketing expression. And that's okay too. That's one of the things to keep in the balance of your mind as you think through the future, not just the changes within your own marketing organization, what you do, but there's a how you do it component. And it's tough to figure out, am I just burnt from a crazy year, or is there a change coming for me in my professional context? And that's okay. But creative people, sometimes we have a hard time getting that out, but it's real. The struggle is real.
Yeah. So we're getting a lot of like 1 month in Infosec came from the agency side, went from a team and a bunch of resources to a one-person shop. And so, yeah, I feel you. I went from a team of people to a one-person shop. And then you're, one of the things that I deal with when it is a one-person shop is give yourself time. Give yourself a few months to learn how the business works, learn what is most important to that organization before you really make a lot of changes. So that's one of the pieces of advice is if you are a one-person shop coming in, is get to know how they do business and sit on as many calls as you can with the other team members and hear how they talk about the business, hear how they talk about their services or product, hear how they discuss it. I love sitting in with the sales team and like, let's hear how the sales team talks about us. And so that was one of the things I did is I spent a couple months just learning. And you're like, I was doing other things like day-to-day practical stuff, but I was spending time intentionally learning each week from different departments, different parts of the organization each week to learn how they spoke about themselves. So that way I could make sure that we were all speaking unified. Is MySpace going to make a comeback or not?
I'd love to throw this in, Jason, because if it does, and by the way, MySpace is going great in one context, which is in Europe in the music scene. So if you're a band in like Poland or Germany, like MySpace it's hot for you right now. Sadly, it has fallen by the wayside. But if it does come back, everyone take note, tweet this right now. John Barnes said MySpace is going to come back in 2020 something. But if it never does, then Jason said that.
I like this average Joe Rook hired to handle social media accounts. Quickly realized there was no marketing person or team, and then it fell into my lap with content creation. We're going to talk a lot about content creation today. In fact, for 50 minutes. So we'll talk about a lot of things. And then we wanted to just last slide before we go into other things. Are you a business owner? Are you a marketing team? Are you a spectator? Or are you a curious InfoSec practitioner? Like, where do you fall in there? And if you're like, I'm all of them, like, okay, cool. We just wanted to see what kind of audience we had today. And in the recording too, it also helps us with context as we're talking about things. We're like, we have business owners here. We have people that are solely marketing team. We have people who are just spectating. They're like, what do you marketing people talk about? Because I want to know. And then the curious InfoSec practitioner who may be wondering as well. And you're like, spectator and curious InfoSec practitioner may be the same thing, or they're coming in now. We got business owner, we got marketing. curious Infosec practitioner, student and intern, learning all the things, all the above. So they're coming in now through Discord. If you're watching the recording right now, you don't get this. You're like, what is he talking about? Where is he looking? So we have business owner, Infosec practitioner, marketing junkie, one-man team, business owner. All right, so we'll continue to see those as they come in. John, do you have anything else before I move on to the next slide?
No, just, as we go, this context really helps. It's one of the reasons, sort of coming out with this particular content and this scene. It's like, we want to give you stuff that's useful for your context. So your feedback helps us a bunch, especially as we look at doing more in the future. So,
yeah. All right, so we got this. It's not as, well, it's more disturbing when it's jumpy than what I get to see right here.
Yeah, it looks even creepier jumpy than in my smooth playing GIF on my own computer. But man, what a great GIF. Do y'all like this GIF? I mean, I think it's my favorite from the entire presentation, not to set expectations too early, but I got to tell you, I'm pretty excited to find that. But yeah, let's talk about some cross-cutting concepts. Really, moving into our sections, we wanted to give out, what are some just overarching layers or perspectives that influence everything that we're going to talk about, and just wanted to highlight a couple of those so far, because these aren't particularly tactics. Man, that's disturbing. Don't look in its eyes.
So what I'm thinking right now is, because you picked this, is that we're going to talk about 3 topics, and you found the cat with 3 tongues and eating 3 popsicles. So
I did.
Somehow this all ties in together. So we have 3 cross-cutting concepts. Cross-cutting is also a new term to me. I'm going to just assume it means something that's important. And then, John, you get the first one. You get to talk about sandwiches, and then I'll chime in after that.
I love sandwiches. I love talking about sandwiches. I love eating sandwiches. One thing's, don't make eye contact, brain dance. One thing that, as you go, it's a constant, cat and mouse game between how much can you know about your audience and strategize and plan, to what is the reality of the time and execution resources that you have. And one framework to keep in mind, if you're in an organization where occasionally someone leans into your door or drops into your life and says, hey, we need blah, blah, blah marketing thing. And you're like, I know I'm going to have to do that. And I want to ask why, but I can't because whatever. This framework of thinking about who your target audience is helps a lot. And I use the sandwich approach because sometimes you're the top bread, sometimes you're the bottom, and sometimes you're both. A lot of the space that we're in, right, we might be marketing to or talking to non-technical people. And non-technical, oftentimes goes in the business or business decision, risk mitigation, up to the board level, where a lot of the onus and responsibility for, security, cyber, compliance, a lot of that stuff sits. And they don't know, a modem from a black box, from a pen test. It's like they might have absolutely zero context. And, marketing to that group is a very different play than marketing to your technical audience, your doers, right? And they're a different slice of bread. And I call it the sandwich because sometimes you're going at one piece of bread, other times it's the other piece of bread, and sometimes it's both. It's a top and bottom approach, which cross-cuts and almost, bifurcates multiple strategies that you have that we'll talk about later. And Jason, you guys have a term for this as well that's not a food metaphor, right? But how do you describe this concept?
Yeah. So when I started at Black Hills, we had to think about who did we want to reach. You have your target audience, and you speak to them differently. Like John was just saying, you have the non-technical, you have the technical. What I normally like to say for non-technical people is they have purchasing authority. Like that's they have purchasing authority. And it's because I'm around so many practitioners who proudly proclaim no purchasing authority. They're like, no purchasing authority. No need to talk to me. And I don't know if you've ever been to an Infosec conference where you see the people with the booths, and like there's so many people like not making eye contact with the people at the booth. If you've ever worked a booth, you've seen how people don't want to make eye contact with you. But at Black Hills, we take a look at this, and we don't call it non-technical versus technical. We call it essentially bottom up or top down. And so for us, bottom up means it's the people with hands on keyboard. They're the ones using the technology, the tools, and doing the work on a daily basis, bottom up. So they're if you were looking at a hierarchy chart, they're at the bottom of the hierarchy actually doing the work. And then you have the managers who are managing things. And what we believe is that if we can do what we can for the technical people, then when somebody up above asks for a opinion, or down below, essentially, hey, who do you think would be good? Like, that's the question there. Like, who do you think would be good for that? Or what do you think would be a good tool to fix this problem? Or what do you think would be, they trust the people who are doing it on a daily basis. Now, some of you may sit there like, oh, my management doesn't trust me at all. Now, that is possible, but what we believe is we are is 100% down for the people who actually have hands on keyboard, who are doing it. And and here's how this is practical. When I get a conference that reaches out to me and they are proudly proclaiming how many CISOs and managers and those types of people who are on the audience, I choose not to go to that event. Like, that is not who we want to reach. That's not who we do what we do for. And so I don't. We're huge supporters of the B-Sides, is because B-Sides is where people go to share their knowledge and to learn. And then that's why we support those. And so if you are sitting there like, do I want to reach the top-down purchasing authority people? Or do I want to reach the people who are doing the work to influence the purchasing authority people? Like, which one do you choose? And then, John, you're working with clients sometimes that they choose one, or they choose the other, or they choose both.
Right, exactly. And if you're a marketing person that also has influence and or tasks coming to you from recruiting, HR, talent acquisition, and culture, a lot of folks that wear multiple hats, you are also sort of responsible for those things. You have a side cut, like another sandwich being thrown at you, which is non-conversion based, cultural marketing and recruiting and brand and employer promotions and things like that. So I don't think this is something that you solve. It's something that to just be aware of as a model, because figuring out, later we're talking about getting a one-sheet marketing plan together. Later on, you've got to just, at some point draw lines and say, this is for them and this is for them. And your really awesome investment in Reddit just isn't going to be for your CISO audience. But my super smart white paper about trends and blah, 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 that will be for that management, Harvard Business Review reading executive on LinkedIn. So it's just, I think, just a good relationship, a concept to be aware of, because a lot of the plans we're going to talk to, some of them may make sense to a certain point, and then you hit a wall. And oftentimes that wall is solved by needing clarity, like forcing clarity into your audience. And this is a great framework to think about that audience. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And one last thing before we move on is that when you're deciding, let's say if you in-person conferences, or where you put your time, where you put your effort, like when we looked at the large business-like Infosec conferences, and we saw how much money we were spending to send people there, to pay for the sponsorship, to pay for the booth, to pay for all those things. And we looked at that and we're like, that is a significant amount of resources, money. We could take all that and support this many more B-Sides and grassroots and regional conferences instead of going to these big ones, because that's the people that we wanted to reach, and that's the people that we wanted to interact with. So it informs all your decisions. Like, where do you go? What do you create? What kind of content do you make? Because if you're making content for CISOs, it's going to be different than content for a person who's actually doing threat hunting. Like, all of this goes into what you choose to put your time and effort into in 2021. And then I keep hitting the wrong button. All right, John, I did a very cursory, I paid for all these. Definitely, I paid the iStock photo price to be able to use these today in our presentation. I typed in the word hacker. That's it. I typed in the word hacker inside iStock photo, and it was nothing but these types of images. Literally nothing but these types of images. Literally nothing but these types of images. And so,
innovation.
As we were brainstorming this workshop, you were like, hackers and hoodies, hackers and hoodies. So what did you want to talk about with hackers and hoodies?
I mean, look, here's the thing. At this stage, there's not a ton, I hate to say this, there's not a ton new. And, Pinterest was the last big social media platform, to like really impact strategic moves. I mean, yes, there's other things and Periscope and all this sort of stuff, but you've got a challenge ahead of you that's bigger than tools, and it is brand differentiation. And later we're going to talk through about a framework to focus on how to differentiate yourself, how to force those differentiators into light, and then visually how to bring them to life. But I mean, I want to challenge everyone, to think conceptually through what is the methodological difference to what you do, even if there's tons of other people that do it. And please, can we just let the hackers and the hoods and the matrix code and the locks, maybe let's retire those for now. So I just throw that out because I love a good hacker in his hood. Like, research shows you cannot hack unless you have a hood up and you need a giant wall with like numbers and code and stuff like that. We know that. But one of the things I want to challenge you to, going back to the previous slide, is that your imagery sort of is your ambassador to your audience. And real doers know that this is not reality, for how it is. And your non-technical audience, they're just like, this is lost. This is noise to them. So, just one of our challenges moving ahead is, on the noise perspective, the opportunity to do something different with your brand. It's less risk than it used to be. And your need is not just to be accurate, it's to stand out. And we'll get to that later, but I just couldn't resist sneaking in some stock images of stereotypical hackers. So
yeah. So I did, it was hinted at, but I didn't say it explicitly, that I came from a background of comic books and filmmaking. Like, I did comic books and filmmaking marketing. I did comic book and filmmaking community building. Like, that's where I came from. And when people ask me, like, how'd you get into the Infosec community? It's like, well, my wife is the hacker in the family. My wife is the one that's the practitioner. My wife is the one that went to SANS. My wife is the one that knew all these things. And so when I got started in the information security industry, one of the things that I did is whenever I came up with an idea and I was like, oh, I think I have an idea, I would say, hey, honey, is this a good idea? And there was times where she's like, oh, no, that's so cliche, or that's so this, or like, no, and like no one would do that. And then every once in a while she's like, oh, that's solid. That's a great idea. Like, one of the things that we did at one point was we had the room keys at DerbyCon. So you would go into, you get to DerbyCon, they would give you a room key, and on it we had a CTF on the room key. And so one of those things, like I said to my wife, I was like, I want to hide a CTF like challenge into the room key with like clues, but if you did the challenge, you have a chance of winning like a free SANS training course. And she's like, that is an awesome idea. And I was like, oh, thank you so much. So the point I want to make right now is that, do you have a trusted advisor inside your organization where you can create something or have an idea or brainstorm where you take it to that person like, hey, you're the practitioner, you're the person in this community, you're the person that does this on a daily basis. Does this bother you, or do you like this? And if that person's like, so one of the people that's in the live chat right now is Marcello. And Marcello is a phenomenal ethical hacker, works for Black Hills Information Security. And when Marcello comes up with stuff, and I'm like, oh, Marcello's coming up with cool stuff. Like, I kind of feed off the cool things that Marcello's doing in his world, and like, how does that inform what I'm doing? So in your own organization, do you have that trusted practitioner that you can go to and say, is this okay? Does this make sense?
And later, don't forget, do not leave early, because the last session of the day is how to come up with an idea so stupid it just might work. And I'm going to tell you how to move stupid what if ideas and back into the strategy with it to be able to work from there to see if you've got a campaign with traction. So there is a kind of a science to the brainstorming aspect, but if you're in brainstorming, if you've got an opportunity to reset the deck, go for a fluency of ideas. Don't go for the first idea that comes to mind that solves the problem. And please, dear God, do not sit down and type hackers into iStock photo and pull anything on the first page, all right? Google pizza or cat with 3 tongues. That stuff matters. That stuff is reaching audiences and changing lives. This is not so. Hey, some good stuff in the chat, Jason. Some thoughts and observations. By the way, if you wear a functional hoodie as opposed to a hacker hoodie, you're good. Mm-hmm. You're good. A lot of us work in cold, damp places, and you need that hoodie. That's not you. You're safe. You're good. You're exempt.
All right. Moving on to the next one. So noise. Yes, noise. I also, whenever I type out the word noise, John, it doesn't look like that's how it's spelled. I don't know if that's just me or it's like Noise, noise. I had to look up. I was like, okay, noise.
They both count.
Yeah.
Good.
There's some people here from other parts of the world right now going, English is just a train wreck of
It's a train wreck.
language. So when John and I were brainstorming this, my question to John, the question we were going to add is, who in 2020 did not start a podcast or webcast? Like, what I've noticed over the last 12 months is how many people, like, there's LinkedIn, there's Twitch, there's video content everywhere, there's podcast everywhere. I am part of that. Like, I'm a part of that. There's the Wild West Hackin cast, there's Active Countermeasures webcast, there's Black Hills, we're doing the news. Like, there are so many places to get content. And does it become noise? Are you creating noise, or are you creating content? Are you creating something that's valuable? So when I was doing the iStock photo image search, I liked this one because that's how I feel they're looking at their screens. Look at how many options they have for content. I've been watching the attendee count, John, as we've been presenting, and it goes up and it goes down. It goes up and it goes down. And when it goes down, my main assumption is that person has chosen to do something else instead of this. Either work is more important, or they've decided this isn't what I came for. And that's the thing that happens when you create content, is that your audience gets to decide if they want to watch or not. I mean, just because you showed up doesn't mean you need to stay. And well, I mean, don't go. No. But as I watch that count go up and down, it reminds me that your audience gets to make a decision every single time that you put out a blog, you put out a podcast, you put out a webcast, you create anything. And so I wanted to talk about a couple things that you could do to help not be noise in 2021. The first is provide immediate value. Immediate value. Like, what you want to be able to do is create something that someone can do today or tomorrow that makes their lives or their jobs better today or tomorrow. You want to provide immediate value. The second thing is care about the people you're serving. There's 275 of you right now. And 275 of you right now came in today with problems or situations where you want to get better. And John and I have come up with what we think will help you in your quest of getting things right for 2021. Like, we thought about you. We thought about your needs. We thought about what you might want as we were creating each and every slide. This wasn't just about like, this would be cool. There's a couple things that's like, oh, this would be cool. But we also wanted that to catch your attention. So we're thinking about you in every single thing that we make. So if you're creating content, if you're producing blogs, podcast, webcast, care about the people you're serving. That includes if we get back to in-person conferences and someone walks up to your booth, look them in the eye, care about what their needs are. I have this problem in marketing sometimes that every number, I like numbers. John, I don't know about you, like metrics, right? KPIs, metrics, like we had 42,000 impressions and 282 retweets and 92 click-throughs. And there are times where we just see numbers and we forget about the person that number represents. Do you want to chime in? It looked like you did.
I was just going to say I like colors more than numbers, but keep going.
Okay. And so a reminder, just remember that number is a person, and that person has hopes, dreams, and aspirations. And so can your content help them with those hopes, dreams, and aspirations? Are you creating noise, or are you creating value? Are you creating noise, or are you creating value? And then the last one here is that if you are creating value, if you do care about the people and you see the numbers as people with hopes, dreams, and aspirations, as that list, and because we all have lists in marketing, you have a mailing list, you have your Twitter account, you have your Instagram, whatever it is, like that's your list, the list of people that you can influence, the people that you can bring content to, it's your list. And once you have a list, the other people in your organization want that list. They want to monetize that list. They want to like, well, can we email that list? Or can we do this with that list? Can we do this with the list? Well, can we send an email about this? Can we tweet about this? Can we do this? Can we add this? Can we do these things? And you have to think, does this provide immediate value? Does this care about the person that's about to receive it? And am I treating that person, is the thing that I'm sending them, help them with their hopes, dreams, and aspirations? And so I recommend you fight to protect your list. John?
No, great points. I mean, we're getting into the numbers later because numbers to some degree are a myth. It's like they exist, but they have to have a story behind them. But then other times, let's be real, you have to throw numbers up the food chain to get buy-in and approval, and there has to be a metric to your folks who might be granting you budget and authority. So we'll get into that later, not to belabor it, but I mean, I think these are some great points to just keep in mind, because next we're going to shift gears and talk about, planning, baseline, setting the operational landscape. And I think it's just good to bear in mind is at the end of the day, it's like, we're not doing marketing. Like, marketing is a means, not an end. And the end is, activating the mission of your organization. And hopefully it's a good one so that you care about it and the numbers matter towards a greater story. So there's a lot of good gifts going on here, Jason. Are we, what's next? I think we got a break coming up.
Yeah, we got a break. So we're taking a look at, we're looking through what we got here, seeing if there's anything to comment on. We had Muhammad asked if you can download today's recording. Absolutely. What kind of hoodie do I have to invent to be a good hacker? Anything with colors, I would comfortable. Say with John. Yep. Yeah, something comfortable. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. John, during the 10-minute break, we're going to stick around. We're going to answer questions. And this is really a place for if somebody wants to go and use the bathroom, if somebody wants to go and eat a snack, because we have no idea what time it is for that person. So we're going to take a break for 10 minutes. We will return at 1:04 Eastern Time, or whatever UTC -5 is for your neck of the woods. And we're just a few minutes ahead. I think that's going to help with my content community section, because I don't think I have enough time for that.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Thanks for being here, everybody. Good stuff. Keep the gifts coming. If you're not on the Discord, get on that, because there's a whole slew of good stuff coming. So.
Someone just asked if I could elaborate on point 4, so I'll elaborate on that for a moment. Is fight to protect your list, is that in the marketing department, you're building an email list, you're building an audience, you're building that. And when the sales department comes to you, or the VP of something comes to you, or your leadership comes to you, and we'll talk about some of those other things later, when they come to you and say, can we do, or I want to do an email blast to everybody about this new offering that we have. Okay, we can, but let's take a look at the way the email is. Like, is this email going to provide immediate value to the person? Are we caring about their needs? And are we treating the people that we're emailing this to, is this solving a problem that they have? And sometimes that changes either the copy of the email and the way that you're going to write it. It also changes the way that the intent of how you're going to send it. And so fight to protect your list from blank is fight to protect your list from the people who are going to want to utilize it to squeeze every single dollar they possibly can out of those people.
Okay, I'll be right back, everyone. I have a surprise that I've been working on, and I'll just be right back.
Okay. That's exciting. Kind of scary too. Oh.
I'm hacking your webinar.
Ryan, you
crashed your webinar.
You want some company during the break, Jason? Or
yeah, Deb, join us.
All right. I don't have a hoodie, but
I didn't know nobody drinks. I didn't bring a drink.
I have a drink. I do have a drink.
All my.
This is why Marcello's here.
Marcello, what's up? Hey. Are you wearing a hoodie, Marcello?
Yeah, I'm wearing a beanie. I didn't have a hoodie like right here, so I'm wearing a beanie though.
Is beanie the new hacker accessory for 2021?
Yes, this is the new stock. This is the new stock photo of a hacker now. It's a beanie.
It's definitely going to be with a beard and like huge hair too.
Correct. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah.
Yep. Reminder to everyone that's here for the very first time: Marcello doesn't have a mirror in his house. So, are you seeing yourself for the first time in quite a while?
Yeah, I'm basically a vampire. So like, if I see my own, I can't see my own reflection. So that's just how I live. Yeah.
Weird flex. But, So you can see this is the first time you're seeing yourself, but it's not a good likeness because you're like glowing from behind. It's like a dirty camera. It's you're all blurred out.
I'm in a basement. I'm hiding out because I'm afraid of what else 2020 has to throw at us.
Yeah. It feels like you're about to make demands.
My mom has called me a terrorist a number of times because of this beard, so I think that would be in line with that.
Yeah.
So
You have
has
lots
the
of stories.
TSA.
I was going to say you have lots of stories of being stopped.
Oh yeah. I got a good shirt about that coming as well. So once I get it, I'm gonna bring it on and show it off.
Is that going to help you get through security next time, or make it worse?
It'll make it worse. But at this point, it's just a war between me and them. So I'm going all at it.
I can't wait to fly with you. That'll be fun.
I don't know if fun is a good term for that, but okay.
Oh, look at me.
Very
They never
interesting.
stopped me. Like, look, they never stopped me ever. Like,
That's fair. That's a.
they're like, come on, you're fine.
They inspect my beard. They just make sure like there's nothing in here. It's really awkward, and I feel violated every single time.
Well, we did take you to the airport last time in Rapid City. Do you remember when we were leaving Wallace Hackin Fest that it was like 90-mile-an-hour winds and I could barely open the door to pump gas?
Yeah, and I also had a minor concussion from busting my butt on the ice the last day because I slipped and just like completely just like bashed my head in.
I forgot about that. Oh, good time.
That was fun.
Good
That was fun.
How are we going to top that? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hey.
Yeah.
To the audience, you have no idea how much we miss in-person conferences. Like we helped throw an in-person conference. We miss them. We miss them a lot.
Very much. Very much. Ooh, I would like to know the last conference that everyone went to here. And I know the last conference we all went to, but
When's the last conference I went to?
last conference.
Not virtual, last in-person.
Yeah, so mine was ShmooCon. Yeah, ShmooCon.
Yeah, it's January.
January. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to go, but I got the flu before everyone else got coronavirus. My last one was B-Sides Minneapolis, September 2019.
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. Is that how you say it?
You said it correct this time. Good job.
Oh, that's because I wasn't thinking about it.
Usually it's Minneapolis.
Minneapolis?
Yeah. Hey, there's your face, Marcella. There you are.
Yeah, now it's probably better.
Still creepy, but there it is.
No.
We almost sent Deb to B-Sides Nova, but at the last minute we didn't.
I was like, no, thank you. No, thank you. So.
We did support B-Sides Tampa, and then that was like right in that real towards the end. Blue Hat, Seattle. What is HSC?
Don't know.
Home shopping channel?
I went to DEF CON.
My last conference was DEF CON, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was in DC last January.
Oh, that's right. You got to go to a Sands event.
Yeah, it was a Sands thing. I think that was the last one.
Tech Advantage.
I don't know what that one is either.
Oh, Hacker Summer Camp. Thank you, Tabitha.
Amazing.
John is back.
Oh,
Incredible.
welcome back, John.
It lights up.
You gotta
I don't know
plug
if
it
you
in.
Can you?
That's awesome.
What do you think, Jason? Is it too much?
It's not more than the last one. No.
I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. This is first time out on the webinar circuit for this bad boy. I'm pretty excited about it. It's remarkably light. So.
Very festive. I think it's great.
2 more minutes for the break. We'll go back from the break in 2 more minutes. For those of you using the LinkedIn Connect and Twitter Connect, that's awesome. I'll definitely love to connect with you all on LinkedIn. I should probably bring that up at some point. Yeah, let me do that. Drop my LinkedIn.
John, I
LinkedIn
wanted to say that
Yeah.
the other suit that you were wearing, it reminded me that you look like you're coming out of the Take On Me music video. That's the first thing that I thought
Yes.
of.
That's how I think of my life as emerging from a vintage music video. That's
right.
That's very, you nailed it. That's exactly the look I was going for. Can you believe I got that? I got that at Kohl's in
Yes,
the
I need a
clearance
colored hoodie.
section.
Clearance?
Can
How
you
did it make it all the way to clearance?
I am baffled. I'm like, how are there even any of these left? I jumped on that. I snagged it right away. But yeah, that's where I got it. It's an Opposuit. You may want to look them up. There's a whole world of tacky suits, some of the which light up on opposuits.com. And I don't have an affiliate link, sadly.
I thought you were going for like an Andy Warhol vibe with that. That's what I got out of that. And it looked like some kind of modern art sort of thing going on.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a throwback vibe. This is like classic holiday. I do want to say the Mona Lisa of my couture is later. And as I mentioned to Jason, I think this audience can handle it, but it is so much that I'm saving it till the very end because it is literally like some people may have, their eyes might literally bleed when they see it. I just want to make sure that's at the end of the presentation because we still have prizes to give away. So, yeah.
Prizes. I'm keeping all the prize winners to myself until the end. Is this correct?
Should we announce them one at a time?
Yeah,
So there's
yeah, you can announce we're coming back from break. Everyone, welcome back from break. Deb's going to say who the winner was for the very first prize.
Very first
where we
prize.
said, show us a gift to
Yeah.
describe 2020.
Super hard to choose, obviously, but the winner was Al, and I'm going to try to find the GIF and post it.
also,
You can call me out.
I
Yeah.
brought the make it rain gun for later, Jason. Whoever says the most insightful thing, I'm going to squeeze off what's inside the make it rain gun, and we'll just cross that bridge when we come to it.
All right. So this was the winner. They were all wonderful, but I like this one because he thought he was prepared. Like he had a helmet. He thought he knew what he was doing going into 2020, and it made me giggle
It's
a
a
little bit
ball
more
there.
than the other ones. Yeah.
That's a good giggle. Well played. Well played.
All right, everybody, welcome back from the break. Deb,
All right,
thanks
we're
for
gonna go
choosing
right
a
now.
winner. All right, we'll see you all again in approximately an hour. Thank you so much for being here, for sticking through the break. Now, as a reminder, when we're like Infosec marketing workshop, I hope this is beneficial. Like, hopefully, something that we covered today will help you in whatever your goals are for 2021. If they don't, we'll have a survey or something. Do we have a video now, John?
I think we should show one. I think people would enjoy a video. Let's kick it off with that bear clip. I think people would enjoy that.
All right, so everybody, we're going to show you a clip, and we're using a feature inside GoToWebinar that we've never used before. So if it doesn't work for you, please let us know. Like, I also say that hesitantly because I feel like I'm going to get 267 people that say like, nah, didn't work for me. But what we're going to do is there's a feature inside GoToWebinar where you can play videos, like from the internet. So we're going to play a video that we wanted to show you that showcases what it's like to work in marketing sometimes. John Strand. So John Strand's my boss, guy that hired me, owns Black Hills Information Security. Told me about this clip one day. He's like, Jason, I know that sometimes when I ask for things or when I talk about stuff, it's like the bear is sticky. And I was like, John, I don't know what you're talking about. I was like, oh, you haven't seen Silicon Valley? You don't know about the bear is sticky with honey? And I was like, no, I don't know what you mean. So in this clip, what happens is the owner of the company says, the bear is sticky with honey. The owner says the bear is sticky with honey. And the team tries to figure out what that means and then move forward with their interpretation of the bear is sticky with honey. So we're going to play this clip. It's going to play inside GoToWebinar. You should be able to hear the audio for it. It all should work. And here we go. So that may have worked for you, it may not have worked for you. The word of Gavin is what it was. And really what it is this owner of the company said, the bear is sticky with honey. And now the team is trying to decipher like what the bear is sticky with honey. And you can see one goes in one direction, one goes in the other direction. And they ended up creating all kinds of things based off of what they thought the bear was sticky with honey means. And when they presented to him, like, hey, we have all these ideas, we have this, he's like, what are you talking about? The bear is sticky with honey. It was a literal bear that he was using for his tea. And the whole team had hired a bear, like an actual bear, like they changed everything. And what the owner was saying is that the bear was sticky with honey. And when John Strand was telling, he's like, Jason, I understand that sometimes I say the bear is sticky with honey and you just run with it. And I don't know about you, but those of you that are like in the, you're the one person shop, or you have leadership that's saying, hey, let's do this. You don't know what that means. So that's what this whole next section, like we're going to get to that. So John, this is your section. I'm going to chime in from time to time, but I'm actually going to kill my microphone and just let you go at it. And so it's all yours, Sean.
Yeah, Jason, if you can find the whole extended clip and drop it in. I know there's some language in the full clip, but we should drop that in somewhere at some point because it's worth the watch. I remember ages ago, I was playing drums in the church band, and the worship leader looked back and said, "Make it sound more Southern fried." And to this day, I have no idea what he was talking about in terms of my drum playing. So, anyway, all that aside, let's talk about planning, process, and all this baseline stuff. All right. Here's one of the biggest challenges. It's not about COVID. It's not about virtualization. It's not about click rates. It's about having a shared understanding of what the targets are and having an operational tempo that you can introduce some aspect of measurement into your ecosystem. It sounds rational. It sounds like something that would be a great idea. However, in all the business and the flurry and the momentum of life and marketing, it is shocking how little of that actually gets done. Some people naturally gravitate towards measurement, some towards creative, some towards doing, some towards planning. But what I want to walk through in this session is just a way to set the stage going into the new year and give you an opportunity to put some tools in your ecosystem of how you do marketing, and especially for those of you within an organization, how you report up and what it is that you share from the things that you do all day. So I'm loosely grouping this, as you see on your screen, into 3 buckets: measurement, strategy, and execution. And I think it's helpful to break marketing, and I'm using that word very loosely, by the way. Anything that's a communications aspect to your organization, whether it be high conversion or low, I think it's helpful to bust that out into these 3 groups. Measurement, to figuring out how you're going to determine success. Strategy, a plan that you have to reach a pre-established destination. And execution, who's doing what. And Jason, you can go to the next slide. I think that's a helpful framework to have in mind as we talk about your organization. Now, I'm indebted to Media Beacon. Please give them props, as well as all the other folks who did all the work here in my deck. But many great models exist. I want to throw this out there as a way to position and think about the marketing enterprise within your own organization. And it is the maturity model, not for what you do externally, but the way that you do it, the way that your marketing organization runs. Now, on the left, we've all been there. It's the reactive, right? This is where everyone starts. Everything's a crisis. Your decisions are reactionary. It's expensive. And I think the last one is specifically appropriate. Requires heroics to change, right? That's where you go through 2 months trying to find out who has the login to your website and why doesn't anyone have access to your brand's Facebook page, right? That's a reactive model. We've all been there. And it's not necessarily a reflection of the size of your enterprise. It's just a reality of the maturation of your marketing. From there, we move towards what is really the holy grail. On the right side, it's the intelligent maturity model. This is where your marketing ceases to be marketing and really fits into and dovetails into the overall growth vision and forward motion of your company, right? It really ceases to be marketing and becomes the business. And the blurrier that line, the better, as long as you keep it all under control. Full traceability of campaigns. This is being able to understand where results come from and to be able to connect the chain of data from a thing that you did to a conversion, to customer lifetime value, to ROI, and all those like marketing nonsense words. Knowing the results of everything and being able to trace it through every functional area of your enterprise is really the holy grail of what we're all trying to get to. AI or machine learning aspects to it, where not everything is manual, automation, synchronization. This is where you're rolling a huge rock down the hill, except the rock is alive and you can tell it where to go. And it's also telling you data about the hill that it's rolling down, right? as opposed to everything else, which is like we are crouched up in a ball and we are rolling down the hill on the reactive side. So your first piece of homework is to really think through, moving into the new year, where do you fall, you and your team, on the digital maturity model for your organization? You'll notice some other details within there, and this might be a good one to just follow up with when you stay up all night tonight going through these details and writing notes down on a legal pad. You know, from organized to digitized to connected to intelligent, it is a spectrum, and no one falls 100% in one, category. It is an evolution, and some organizations do better than others, but keep the maturity model in mind as a framework to position your own organization as a living thing. Go to the next slide, Jason. Another aspect that goes with that is developing a scorecard. And I love this one because this is like the For Dummies version. If you're part of a very complicated leadership ecosystem and you have to report up a quote unquote marketing scorecard, this is a great way to think about it. And it's really simple. It's supposed to be 3 colors, but I added a 4th because I felt that yellow was not clear enough. But red is we suck at it. Green is we're giving webinars about it. And orange and yellow are sort of a slightly good and slightly better middle of the road versions. So one of the challenges, if you have a yearly, big report, presentation, planning meeting, it helps to do this quarterly. It's not highly analytic, but it's a way to track functional progress. And this is especially helpful if you're part of a complicated leadership ecosystem where you need to report something that is scorecard based. What you do is you make a column, you make another column, and then you write down your key functional areas. And you might have different aspects of them, but take a look at some of what they are, right? Like overall strategy, social media, email, video creation, content strategy, brand standards. I don't know what they might be for you, but this really helps at the least as an end of year report and at best a quarterly sync with your team. If you oversee junior people, this is a great thing for them to do too, is to self-audit your own marketing system. So the scorecard approach is just a way to be able to do a little bit of simplistic one PowerPoint slide reporting where some of the more sophisticated elements, just let's be honest, it might be lost on your audience.
Hey, John, I feel attacked by this slide. Just
do you? Because I gave you a red. Did you get a red?
I'm just saying I feel attacked. So I'm just
at 4:05 is our therapy session for anyone that may experience tears during this presentation, myself included. Go to the next slide, Jason. Another thing to keep in mind is look, let's be real about measurement. Not everything can be measured, especially certain aspects of quote unquote thought leadership and quote unquote brand, right? But not everything is a hard measurement. So let's just go through, as you're thinking through the new year and defining a baseline, a big part of what we're doing here is helping you establish a method to communicate up the food chain to, let's be honest, get more budget, get more buy-in, and get the resources that you need. And a lot of times marketers who come with requests for increased budget, new campaigns or initiatives, they get shut down because they haven't brought a analytic or a brief with it to help sell the case. And briefing with the scorecard. And the metrics is another aspect to help you sort of identify what the hard and soft measurements would be. So let's just go through them. And you probably live in a few of these areas, but I want to especially illuminate some of the soft metrics because I think they're important as well. So obviously some of the hard metrics you're going to measure, even though Jason doesn't believe in clicks, and nor do I as a isolated metric, but obviously clicks, likes, total numbers, total followers, website traffic, form completions, all that stuff is hard metrics. It's easy. You can grab a number and to some degree, it does illustrate growth of channels and of content and of pages, right? Below that, as a hard expense, you've got your total ad spend, sponsorship spends, banner ads, display costs, whatever you do for print ads, billboards. And if you go to the beach and you have a banner that a plane flies over the beach, that is fairly expensive too, right? So you've got hard and soft results and hard and soft expenses. And it sure helps to get your top, 5 to 10 down on paper and sold up the food chain as something that you measure. But let's take a look at the soft side, because I think this is really one that's fuzzy and overlooked, but oftentimes is a way to get leadership buy-in. Some of your soft results are sentiment, the perception of your brand in your market or across your audience, especially if you have let's say some baggage for your brand from something in the past, right? So your reputation, the stickiness of your brand, the degree to which people return and or are engaged across channels, the quality of your content, and the total market share that you have. Now, some of those you can obtain through research. If you have a lot of money, you can commission that research. But let's be honest, it's probably self-commissioned market research probably isn't at the top of the list for a lot of us for 2021. But these are great soft results measurements that you should at least have a sense of how to report some of those. And there are tools to give you sentiment and reputation analysis. It's just your brand has to have a certain reach and a certain volume before it'll get logged in those. Soft expenses is another one. I think this is my favorite category because soft expenses will kill you. And they are not dollars. They are things like time, energy, production, and emails and meetings. Those 4 things will make you hate your job, even if all the rest in the other 3 categories go nowhere. So I think it's worth identifying what the soft expenses are for initiatives. One of the ones that I look to is called the just theory. And that's when someone says, hey, can we just throw up a quick web page? Or, hey, can we just make like a quick video about warning? Anytime someone who does not do what you do says the word just, it is not fast. It is not easy. They have no idea what's involved, right? So that is a red flag to you under the just theory that has an opportunity to be a potential time suck. I think it's less important to understand and track every single one in all these categories. What's more important is to be able to measure across multiple functional areas of all the things that you do, some element of measurement. And I think leadership, especially if you're someone that has to sell your activities and sell your reporting and sell your budget up the food chain to get that approval, many of you don't, and that's great if you have trust and budget, but many people do not and are not in that position. Being able to understand how much work it takes to get a result, soft energies needed, in-house resource requirements, these are all things that are actual expenses on your time. It's just they don't have a dollar figure associated with them. Good marketers will just suck it up and go for it and get it done, but you won't last. That's burnout, right? So you need to have a method to communicate this up that isn't martyrdom focused, but is simply an acknowledgement and realistic portrayal of the total amount of time. Does that make sense? So these are some frameworks to create a measurement landscape, and not all of it is hard numbers. What do you think, Jason?
John, I'm not sure if you're going to talk about this. If you are, just let me know. Have you ever found executive leadership who cared about the soft results, like sentiment, reputation, stickiness, quality, market share, or do you feel they fall more into the category of hard numbers, facts, or does it matter?
Yeah, and hopefully none of them are on this call, but soft results that leadership cares about often feels personal in nature. A lot of folks at the top take it personally when the brand founders and CEOs, them and the brand are the same, and reputation of the brand is reputation of them, and that's a real concern for them. Another aspect is for those who have cross-functional reporting for recruiting and talent acquisition, sentiment and reputation, for example, a slew of bad Glassdoor reviews, go hand in hand with recruiting numbers and metrics. So it's not all, it's different. It's not necessarily that, if you're a Fortune 500 company and a lot of, you have some bad Glassdoor reviews, are you going to be up at night worrying about that? Probably not. Unless you're a small business competing in a smaller talent pool. But sentiment and reputation, as we know, like they will kill a brand. And it sort of depends in our area, maybe not so much as like consumer facing, like highly visible brands. But to me, depends on your executive team and whether or not they take the brand personally or not, and whether or not it's a part of a talent acquisition story or not. But chances are for all 3 of those, usually people at a organization of 100 to 200 or more that have in-house staff for marketing will care about one of those.
And then when it comes to likes, clicks, comments, followers, completions, are you going to talk about how to ask your leadership which ones they care about? Like what I'm getting at now is like doing a survey of your own leadership team and saying, on a scale of 1 to 10, do clicks matter to you? Like how much do clicks matter? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do likes matter to you? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do comments, how much do sentiment, because I think sometimes we, as the marketers, we care about a metric, or we think the bear is sticky with honey. It's like, oh, well, leadership cares about reputation. It's like leadership's like, we care about leads and business.
Sales, results, and money, right? Yeah.
So are you going to talk about like how to figure that out? What matters to who?
Sure. It's a great question. And it can differ widely. Remember that folks who, leaders above you who don't come from a marketing background, everything to them is sort of like hits. Like, do you love that word? But it's hits. How many website hits did we get on that thing, right? So they usually are looking at traffic, like total number of things. I think it's up to you to switch from reporting numbers to switch to reporting a story. And I've actually gotten away from PowerPoint slides with a bunch of numbers to writing a paragraph. And the paragraph may not even start with numbers. And it says, since the last time that we checked in on this, we've seen, 27% more people hit it. But then again, we also did this thing. So we're trying to figure out if it's this or that. Or we saw that all the new traffic were new visitors and that they all came from LinkedIn. So I think people are like, you got to figure out, does your leadership want to just track numbers, or do they want the story? And oftentimes it's up to you to spoon feed a little bit the metrics that actually matter versus just the ones that might make them feel good. Because it's not just hits, right? Like, who cares if 3 times more people hit your website? Like, does that help you achieve your business mission? And it's complicated, but I would try this for the next time folks have to report up for something from a measurement perspective, try writing it out in a paragraph and try doing it without any hard numbers.
Yeah. What I was just picturing here is because, you have the ad spend, sponsorships, and all these things. It's like, hey, just want to let you all know, we increased expenses by 100% and increased sentiment by 2%.
Yeah. And sometimes too, you need to be the bearer of bad news to communicate that a number that is doing really well actually doesn't matter. But then other times you do need to just have some good news from the numbers perspective. So I'm not telling anybody to like wield numbers like a weapon, but I think there's a greater landscape than simply clicks. Like, if your reporting method is a PowerPoint slide with like 10 stats, like Google Analytics saw XX% increase in whatever, we had 88 form fills. Like, you should know those things. You should be doing them, but that's not a story per se. That's a snapshot. Try writing out the fall's, metrics analysis as a story, as a writing, in prose rather than bullets, and see how that goes. So I don't know what's going to stick with your leadership. I just want to widen the perspective a little bit to however you have been doing it. There might be other forms, but focus on the story that connects to the mission and not just an isolated batch of numbers.
Yeah. The one last thing, and we'll move to the next slide, is that if you're really good, and let me sit. Marketers have a historical perspective of being able to take anything that has happened and paint it in a positive light, where leadership's like, you said our numbers are down, but you're saying it in a way that's so positive and upbeat. Like, is this good? And you're like, absolutely, it's good in this way. And you're like, so I don't know if you and your marketing team has a reputation of being able to paint anything positive. You may.
Yes.
I don't know where I was going with that.
And impressions is the way, right? Like, if you put something on the wire, and you're like, you guys, 237,000 impressions.
Yeah.
That absolutely means nothing, right? But it's a huge number. It makes you feel real good. So I don't know. It's not one that matters to the growth of your brand. It's one that it is what it is. So I don't know. I think it helps you to communicate what the things are that you're going to measure that matter versus what is just a cross section. If you have Google Analytics and you're starting from level 0, pick the top 5 things: total traffic, referral sources, total pages per site, time on site, and where do they come from, right? That's a great place that you can start to at least export something out of Google Analytics and then throw your social media follower count at it. That's a great place to start. The start that you want to get to, going back to the marketing automation scale, is saying, hey, from all the folks that we moved from LinkedIn into our automation, 30% of them, have now moved into our XYZ program or have talked to a salesperson or something like that. So try to focus on the story to connect the dots and less on just an isolated batch of numbers. So a lot of folks you've got a structure that probably works for you. I just want to challenge you to think through it in a way that tells the results story and not just the data story. And here's some reasons why, right? Like the more specific you are about trackable performance, the better. And it's just that most of us only have the time to really track some high level categories like growth of channels, number of retweets, and website, total traffic month over to month, right? Which isn't really a story. It's growth information or it's lack of growth information. And that's fine, but it's not the final chapter. The second reason is, especially for those of you that oversee people in your marketing enterprise, that those things that get measured get accomplished. If you have nothing to measure, you can be very busy, but you may not be accomplishing anything. So the more precise and specific the measurements that you have in place, the more likely you are that you're going to actually achieve them if you don't have too many. The third one, which is really sort of a leadership posturing kind of play. By the way, drop a chat if you know what movie that's from there. You have to balance hard and soft results and expenses. Not everything is a hard metric. And the more you're reaching leadership and doing brand awareness, the less it is about hardcore conversions, right? So you have to have alternative methods to assess that performance. There's also a slice to this as well, where if you're doing leadership communications or branding, they just need comments to reinforce the fact that they're the face of the brand, right? All right, they need results traffic that is numeric, and that's fine. You just have to be clear on what success looks like. And that's kind of the last one. Look, I don't want to over gloss it. You need a metrics landscape for yourself in order to hold yourself accountable to success and activity. But you also need it from above to be able to say, for next year's budget, you need 30 grand for a bunch of video equipment. You need some sort of way to position budget spend to results in activities to be able to say how money correlates into trackable performance. Does that make sense?
Yeah. The one thing I want to add to this is that when John hired me to come to Black Hills, he gave me one metric of success. And I thought that was the kindest thing that he could do. He was like, this is it. This is your one metric. If you hit this, you're being successful. I was like, oh, thanks, John. Because instead of it being like all this and 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 all this, I knew that I was successful if I had this one metric that was being measured. Now, I also have a personal metric of success. And the reason why I have a personal metric of success is because I don't know, there's been times where people are like, hey, you work in marketing, what's that like? And I was like, well, I sweep my house once a day to feel like I've accomplished something. Oh, why? Because in marketing, there's a lot of loose threads that eventually come together. And then, 8 months later, it's a thing. Or it's, I'm working on this, but I don't know if it was successful or not. Like I feel like it was, but I'm not sure. And so one of the things that I've done is I have a personal metric of success for myself. And so at the end of the day or at the end of the week or at the end of the month, I can take a look back at the last, whatever period of time and go like, I feel successful. So if you don't have that, I would recommend that you find your own personal metric of success. It can be separate from leadership. It can be separate from those. You can still hit your leadership metrics, but do you have one for you? Because if you have one for you, then at the end of the day, you're like, I feel successful. I used to have a Post-it note on my monitor. I've talked about this on LinkedIn before, and it said, have I done enough today to feel like I've done enough today? And there are times in marketing, like I could keep tweeting, I could keep doing this, I could keep doing this, I could keep reaching out to people, I could keep responding to the message, I could keep doing and keep, because it doesn't feel like enough. So what is enough? And have I done enough today to feel like I've done enough today? And it was just a good reminder for me, because sometimes leadership is like, they, in their own way, they're not doing it on purpose, but they give this feeling of that you haven't done enough. And no matter how much you do, it's not enough. And so that enough and measurement and knowing enough. All right, John, I'm done.
No, it's a great point. And I'm a huge believer in the Post-it note dopamine hit. If you're a list making person, you need to make a Post-it note every day of stuff that you're pretty sure you can get done so that you can cross off the last one and mentally check out at the end of the day. And that's okay. Some people are like that. Some people are not. I'm a list person and I get super antsy if I haven't crossed anything off that list. So I will add stuff that I know I can do, like move a table or move shoes or Google that thing. Write it on there just so you can get it, because it is a chemical release in your brain to make you feel like you are not drowning under the crushing burden of work, even if it is still a crushing burden of work. So it's a great point. I mean, manage yourself, manage your work, and then lead up the chain of command, right? Manage up the chain of command through your reporting. You have to help non-marketing leadership who might have budget authority, but not a clue what actually happens from what you do all day. You have to take the ownership to report up the things that you're doing, teach them, train them, and help them establish what metrics matter. And there's a great comment in the chat. How do you have good numbers, but if it doesn't generate revenue or new business? That's a great question. I mean, it comes back at the end of the day is, why are we doing what we're doing? What is success? And does it fall in the hard or soft metrics quadrant? If success for marketing is revenue and sales, you have very hard things that you have to measure. If you're more on the culture and engagement side, like internal communications and culture, it's a little fuzzier. You've got some degree where you can audit internal communications, marketing, click-through rates, email performance, but culture is something that's not as easily measurable as total website hits. So I would bring it back to the core of your business, to why you're hired, what it is that you do, and the mission of marketing as it supports the mission of the organization, and to write a few things down. The less you measure, the more you will accomplish those measurements. If you have too many things to measure, then it's like, you have a 1 hour soccer game, but you have 812 soccer balls to kick down the field. It's like, well, good luck. You'll get about, halfway down the field and you'll kick like 60 of them, but then the game's over and you're like, what did I do today? Well, let's keep going. We'll have a chance for some of these questions later, but I want to get to this brand differentiation thing, because I feel like that's really the heart and soul of what's at stake for your efforts. By the way, I do have if you have literally nothing to track, if you're starting from level 0, I have a Google Doc, Google Sheets template that you can use to just track the basics month to month, right? So at the end of every month, whatever day that is, take a half hour at the end of the day, you go top to bottom, you open up all your channels, and if you have no fancy tools, no Hootsuite, no Brand24, just Google Analytics and your good old Facebook account, you can at least track something month per month on some of the most popular metrics. So I think we can drop that in the chat, Jason. It's in the notes for the deck, and that at least gives you some sort of framework to be able to measure with. So that is my free gift to you. But if you have something more robust and able to track, obviously you got to track something, and it's up to you to figure out what the things are that matter for the mission of your organization. All right, now we're going to switch gears a little bit because I want to make sure we have time to cover this brand messaging. On the side of the organization, you've got tactics and you've got brand, right? It's like, who are we and how do we tell the world about us? And I want to just talk about the who are we, because I think a lot of times this is something that we need to reinvent, and it's not something that's a one and done. And sometimes it's fuzzy who owns this, depending on the structure of your organization. So let's talk about how to build a messaging base, really the heart and soul of all your activities. You have to know who you are in order to obtain momentum, right? You have to be clear on who you are and what you're up to in order to be able to establish if all of your activity is momentum or just spinning in circles. You have to get clear on your competitive advantage. This helps you figure out what not to do with your time, and it also helps you figure out how to communicate your difference to the marketplace, to be able to self-vet folks who should not be your clients to those that should. And last two, it's about creating storytelling grooves. All right, so think about this. A lot of what you're doing from a storytelling perspective, it's not a new story all the time. These are grooves. These are habitual storylines that you talk about. If you reverse engineer a lot of the top like personality-driven books, like anything by Tony Robbins or Grant Cardone or stuff like this, you'll find that they have about 10 stories that they tell over and over again. They just change the flavor. The outcome is you feel inspired. You're like, no one else could do that. That's amazing. And you'll tell someone else because it's delivered in a succinct way. You have some of those stories too within your organization. You've got to find a way to get a groove telling those stories externally and how to have it make sense to your audience. It's not easy, but last point, it's a long game and it's winnable. All right, so let's keep going on the brand messaging base, and we'll get to some questions. I like to think of brand messaging as sort of like that fulcrum there, right? If you want to lift the heavy marketing rock, it's sure a lot easier to just leverage it on a fulcrum that'll help you lift that heavy thing instead of just trying to go over there and lift that heavy thing. And your brand and your brand differentiators is that fulcrum to be able to lift that rock. Next slide, Jason. Now, I'm forever indebted here. You can go to the next slide, Jason. To column 5, we're describing brand as the story that surrounds you, right? So a lot of things like brand, is it our logo? Is it our look and feel? Is it our color, our palette, our color guide? It's not, right? It is the story that surrounds you. It's the legends and lore and artifacts of your organization. So think storytelling as we talk about brand moving into this next chart. Go ahead, Jason. These are for some friends up in column 5, a great agency that you should probably hire instead of me, for certainly, because they're 100% smarter than me. But this is on their blog, so you can grab all of this just on their blog, and you should absolutely sign up for their newsletter. It is always useful, always actionable, and it really helps communicate brand thinking into brand doing. So here's their chart that they came up with. I'm just going to share it with you because I think it is the best thing I've ever seen to help you work through it. Start with positioning. How and where do you want to be perceived? How do you want to be perceived? Where do you want to be perceived, right? These are two big questions, and there should be a lot that is excluded. If it's everywhere and everyone, that is not success. That is not the correct answer, right? So start with positioning. How do you want to be perceived and where? The second one is your value prop, right? What are the things alone that you can offer or provide that no one else can? And in the next couple slides, we're going to do some writing exercises. And if you can substitute your company name with somebody else's company name, then you have not succeeded, right? So you need to be able to find what is the way that we can describe our people, our mission, and our methods in a way that no one else could say those things, and just do a find and replace and substitute their brand name for ours, right? So that's your value prop, the things alone that you can offer or provide. The next one is a tagline, right? Now that you've done some pretty hard work here, how do you try to summarize that? How do you translate the how and where of perception and the uniqueness of your offerings into a tagline, right? This is like that crisp marketing statement that oftentimes we go to first, but is actually later on in the process. And then really moving into tactics, which is the last one, brand stories. How do you go and find the stories in your organization that reinforce all of the claims that you're making, right? And we'll walk through that a little bit, but think through this as a workflow. And I like to think of this, if this is new to you, if you come from marketing, doing, and you never had a chance to really go through some big picture branding and brand messaging, brand identity. If this is new to you, this is the single most important slide I could possibly share. So like take a picture of it on your phone and then, print it out or get a tattoo of it or something. But this exercise is done in 2 ways. First, sit down and do it yourself. Write it out yourself or draw it or whatever it is that you want to do. Second, activate beer and pizza and get other stakeholders in your organization together and make them go through it with you. This isn't really a marketing thing per se. This is stuff that comes and hits everybody in the same neighborhood of concern, whether you're MBA program, marketing program, HR. I mean, all of these things impact every area, and it's where they intersect. It really helps to get the alignment. So activate beer and pizza, do the workshop whenever you can. I don't know, in person or virtual, however you want to do it, but work through this with the other people in your organization that need to be part of it. It's hard. It's hardest when you start, but it's really fun and eye-opening when you get to the end. But really think through positioning to brand stories, what this would look like. And I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. Just make sure it's not a one and done, like, oh, we did that last year, never need to do that again. This is an annual-ish thing. So let your brand change, let it evolve. Just make sure that you go back to a framework that helps you figure out how to talk about it. You can go to the next slide, Jason. Here's a great one from brand legend Marty Neumeyer. And this is a fill in the blank. I'm going to give you a couple fill in the blanks. You can do this now. If you have a legal pad or other piece of paper, you can write this yourself. It's very fun. Our offering is the only category that benefit. Right? Fill in the blanks. Did you see it? Positioning, value prop. Our, what is it that you do? Is the only place that you do it that benefit. Right? Fill in the blanks. It's very fun. Let's do the next slide, Jason. That's one option. Here's another option. And this is I, it could also be our company. We help X do Y by doing Z. Who do you help? What do you help them do by doing what? Do you have a headache yet? I'm getting one. You help what people or customers or clients accomplish what for themselves by doing what with them. Let's put rubber to road. Let's go to the next slide, Jason. I'm going to show you one that we actually did. Now, this context was for employer branding, so it's a little different. This one is meant for recruiting and talent acquisition, so not necessarily marketing for sales. This is marketing for culture. We help X type of employees. This is hiring language. We help X type of employees do Y, the type of work, by doing Z, our method and approach to work. All right, so let's go to the next slide, and here's what we filled in. Fictional company. Zabco, I made that up. Zabco helps who? Tech-loving nerds with big hearts. Do what? Solve big human problems in our world. By doing what? Focusing on creative teams with permission to dream big. That is a great prospective employee-facing differentiator. Let's break it apart. Who are you trying to reach? Big data analysts? Cyber people? Oh, can you go back? No, we're trying to reach tech-loving nerds with big hearts. Folks that live and breathe technology that also care about the world, right? Folks that value ethics as much as technology, right? Tech-loving nerds with big hearts. That was what we came up with. What is it that we are going to help our employees accomplish by joining us? We're going to help them solve big human problems in our world. All right, so we've got big problems, right? There's a lot of them out there. Human problems, right? Ones that directly impact culture, society, people, betterment. Where in our world, right? So this could very much be for an NGO. This could be for, this could be a lot of us who do stuff that's bigger than just selling T-shirts online. No offense if that is what you do. But that's what matters for this brand, is solving big human problems. By what? What is the unique work method, the culture that they have created to set these people up for success? It is what? Making the focus on creative teams who have permission to dream big, right? So that says something about leadership, it says something about trust, it says something about the structure of how they put people together, and it really puts, flame to, or gasoline to match for that statement that everybody loves, right? Which is hire smart people and get out of their way. This is that. Does that make sense? Are y'all tracking? I'm loving your comments here. Good stuff, good stuff. All right, so these are some fill in the blanks, right? So there isn't like a right or wrong way to do it. It's sort of a process, but this is what the brand messaging is. It's to help you force clarity out of how you talk about your brand in order to showcase your brand's differentiation in the marketplace. Once you have those raw materials in place, then it makes everything else make a little more sense. Like, what's the creative copy going to be for our new website? What's the look and feel we're trying to go for with this webinar theme? What are the ads supposed to look like? And then when that person leans in and says, hey, can you just make like a recruiting page, just something for LinkedIn or Glassdoor? You already have a sense as to what the framework is that you're going to approach it. And if that person was part of your brainstorming session, they're supposed to have mutual accountability into the process. Let's go to the next slide and then we'll wrap it up here. This also comes from a great resource from Column 5 called their Brand Toolkit, which I'm not even going to go through. I just think this is so good. I cannot improve on this. So you should just go download it right now from Column 5's website, because it is the greatest team-oriented branding workshop that you can do and lead yourself. And this is from someone who sells branding workshops. Okay, so I don't know why I shouldn't even be sharing you with this, but it's great stuff. Purpose, I mean, it goes through purpose, vision, mission, a bunch of stuff in this guide. It's meant to be collaborative, and it's fill in the blanks with examples. So take a look at it there under purpose, right? It gives you examples. Casper, we believe sleep is the superpower that changes everything people do, right? Why do you exist? Why does the world need your brand? These are the big picture questions that are very hard to just succinctly communicate down to a single sentence, but I love this brand toolkit to sort of help walk you up to it. Jason?
So, yeah, I got this when I took that free class that you offered me. Sorry, I didn't pay for it. But
All's forgiven.
when you gave this out, I just remember feeling as I got this. I was like, I felt up until this moment that I kind of had things okay. And then when I got this, I was like, oh, there's so much stuff I have not. And yes, there were some moments of despair, but it was also like, oh, look at how we can start having conversations internally. Let's talk about this. Some of the things that you hear Black Hills talk about to this day came from when we did something similar to this, or parts of this. So yeah, highly recommend it. If you're looking at any of these things right now, if you're a business owner, if you're in the marketing department and you're looking at this like, I haven't done any of that. Don't despair. Don't despair. Yeah, that's why we're here to talk about it.
Definitely, and a part of it too is institutionalizing this who are we, why do we exist, and where are we going conversation into your annual process. It's just that so many of us are so busy. There's no naturally occurring times where we're like, oh my gosh, hey, for the next 3 hours, let's just dream big. Who are we? Where are we going, right? Nobody's doing that right now because the pandemic is crushing us and it's a bloody fight for survival every day. But like, here's the thing, there's always something competing for that time. So unless you carve it out, it's just usually something that does not naturally occur unless you're one of the rare marketing people that is invited to that like executive offsite where they go through that stuff, but for a business capacity, right? This is the same stuff of like, what's at the heart and soul of your business? Why do you exist? Where are we going? What makes us different? Those are revenue-driven conversations, and marketing is meant to support the mission of the organization. They're all the same type of questions. They're identity and differentiation. Your benefit is that you don't have to figure out the mechanics of what the product is that, the actual thing that they're selling, unless you have that role as well. But it is up to you to force clarity out of what it is that leadership says you do and what it is that you sell or the service you provide actually does. It's just like, there's a great story of Febreze, right? Like in Febreze's early days, they had all this like great, stain blocking power and antibacterial, blah, blah, blah. And at the end of the day, the research, the only thing people cared about with Febreze, they wanted that fresh linen scent. That is why people buy Febreze. They want a fresh linen scent. Nobody cares about the stain barrier, moisture, blah, 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 technical stuff. No one cares. That's not why they want it, right? So it's sort of like one of those things, what it does, what you say it does, but really at the end of the day, all that matters is how your audience perceives it and whether it's relevant. So let's go to the next slide, Jason, and then we'll wrap it up. Along with this, or purpose, why do you exist? Why does the industry or your audience, why do they need you and what you do? And in this guide, there's a ton of great examples as well that I think are just top notch. So you go to the next slide, Jason. So you can come up with this too. I mean, if this was scheduled for tonight at 5, you don't have to go download this guide. You can just take this same series of examples, get your leadership team or whoever your folks are in your world talking, and try to write it down. This should fit on a piece of paper when you're done with it, one side, and it shouldn't be voluminous. It should be scannable and crisp. Oh, sorry. Next slide, Jason. All right. So now, last stage of the process, right? Selling it. And I hate the word selling it because it sort of creates an us and them relationship with your leadership. And that's not what I all intend by this. I think leadership needs marketing. Marketing needs leadership. And if you're in an organization that's, under 100 people, maybe that differentiation is not as substantive, but oftentimes there is some authority that be above you where you have to sell stuff up the food chain. So here's the first sort of like hack for you, and then we'll be done. Senior leadership should feel like they're involved in your big campaigns, in your big swings. You want them to feel proud of it, like they can share it off as sort of like, parents show off pictures of their kid, scoring a home run or something like that, right? There's an aspect to it where you want them to feel like they're part of it with you, but you also don't want them in the weeds with you, right? Because you're the expert. Along with those is making a case for the budget that's not necessarily dependent on dollars, right? So your campaign should exist whether or not you get that major budget payoff or not. If you can't get 10 grand a month for Google ads, your strategy should still not be solely dependent on getting budget and getting dollars. True story, you'll never get enough. That's just one aspect. But second of all, your campaign shouldn't rely exclusively on dollars. And later on, we'll get into this, but hacking the resources and focusing on creativity over cost. These are ways to sort of do campaign thinking and to really separate your activities into air cover and into campaigns, which we'll get into later. But To summarize, you got to be different. You got to know how to talk about yourself so that your differences are amplified. You got to be able to communicate that to your audience. And you got to make sure that you and your stakeholders or your leadership team all feel vetted and invested as contributors to that storyline.
The only thing I want to add on to here is that if you have a background in social engineering and open source intelligence gathering, like, I don't know, like, maybe you could bring this all together. Or does that sound in a way that's not malicious, in a way that benefits the organization? I mean, some of you have a particular set of skills.
Yeah. And even just aside, just from a functional perspective, documenting it in some fashion in its simplest and purest form, like the one-page marketing plan, that by itself helps. Even if your goals are lame and small and just like, oh, here's what I got because it's December 28th and I have to send this to the boss tomorrow, at least something that you can measure is documented. And that is a great starting point. So don't be bummed if you don't have this super robust, elaborate PowerPoint brand messaging deck put together. It's a process. But what does matter is documentation and clarity, because these are the things that you work off of to improve and grow month over month, year over year.
All right. Looks like it's going to be my turn when we get back from the break. And when I say my turn, I'm just going to talk the majority of the time, and then John will jump in. All right, so everybody, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Be back here at 2:05 Eastern time, UTC -5, whatever that is for you. So 2:05 Eastern time. I'm actually going to go off camera and go off microphone, so if Deb and Ryan could come back. I'm not going to do a costume change. I'm just going to use the restroom.
I can take some of these questions. Someone did say Zabco is a real company, apparently. I'm going to go check them out. But yeah, I just made Zabco up for that exercise. I will have to go Google them later and see what Zabco sells. So thank you. Thank you for that. Zabco. Can you share the KPI link? Yes. Let me, I'm going to share that KPI Google Sheet. Just copy it for yourself, and you can at least have a starting place to share. In my experience, for B2B context, these are usually the most important, the basic stuff that you can track that doesn't need heroics to identify month over month. So let me share that. Liam Neeson memes are always welcome, so thank you for that. Great job. We got prizes coming up. Yeah, someone just shared the Column 5 newsletter sign up. Man, sign up for that. I don't recommend anyone sign up for any newsletter. There's only like 5 I've ever recommended. Gallup Workplace, Column 5. All right, 2. So you should definitely sign up for Column 5. Those guys are awesome and have done the best job at writing about how to think about branding. The best job I've ever read. High praise to them. I hope that comes back to them because they're rock stars.
Hello, everybody. Hello. We're your break. Sorry. Ryan is not going to be joining us. He has another meeting, but it's going to be Martello and I talking.
Yeah, just talking about stuff. I actually have a question for you, John, if you don't mind.
I don't.
So, and this is sort of off topic. I mean, it's always related to what you're talking about, but not necessarily. But I was wondering, like, so when I see, as an example, right? I'm on Twitter and I see ads for like market. It's basically marketing material for like big oil companies, right? And they seem like they're trying to sort of shift their image away from, oh, we're like big oil companies, we're polluting stuff, to, oh, we're now using renewable energy, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And you look at the comments for some of those, and you just see like a gazillion people responding, yeah, sure. Yeah, we believe you 100%. Like that's absolutely what you're trying to do here, right? Is that
our mistake?
Yeah. Is that just like complete loss of reality from the executives, or is that just comes down to the marketing team not doing a good job? Like, where's what's the fail there exactly? Like, I've always wondered that.
That's a great question. That is a very insightful question. there's a couple layers to it. And at that point, you're talking almost like down to the Fortune 200 level, right? Like this is big dollars, big sentiment motion. At that level, you can track sentiment analysis using a tool. There's very expensive tools, but for us in the non-bajillions category, you can use a tool like Brand24, and you can do a sentiment analysis conversation that pulls social media data sources primarily, but it lets you translate sentiment into measurability. And to some degree, it might be effective from that perspective, because it's like the squeaky wheel gets the grease. The squeakiest wheels haters are gonna hate, right, in the comments. But there's another portion of analysis to the conversation that you might be able to leverage with that spin across all social media, all channels, and all conversations, and heat map that to be able to report up to a board of directors or to a stakeholders report. If one of your like corporate responsibility goals or one of your key measurements for social responsibility, if that stuff needs numbers, you can deploy these campaigns and be able to demonstrate a sentiment analysis boost by your pure ad spend to some degree. You can also demonstrate a investment in the program by saying, we spent over $1.2 million on corporate social responsibility conversations, and like that can include your ad dollars and your ad spend as well. So they probably don't care the comments at that point. They probably would be negative no matter what, just because of the perception. But what they are doing is tracking at a national level the total by region, by channel, by demographic sentiment changes. And they might only be targeting and saying, hey, we're trying to change, millennials' perspectives on big oil, or we're trying to test messaging related to social responsibility and renewable wind in Texas. So do you know what I mean? Like they might be testing something extremely robust, and they don't care what your comments and engagement are. They are testing the waters through probably what is 10 to 15 different tests running at the same time. And they're using like big data tools to be able to find what's working where. And they can find that, red state millennials are responding and, Yankee state whatevers are not. And that to them was worth $1 million.
So it's the big picture. It's not, okay, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, that's
great question. I heard something about negative comments. Is that what we're talking about?
I basically posed John the question of like a dichotomy that I keep seeing on Twitter, where it's like there's these like ads that for big oil companies, for example, and they're obviously trying to shift the sentiment of the audience from like, hey, we're big oil companies polluting the world, to hey, we're now investing to renewable energy. But still in the comment section, like it's just a gazillion people saying, yeah, sure, 100%, we believe you.
Yeah,
got it, buddy. So I was just asking, like, what's the big picture, I guess, there?
So this isn't that, but it's similar. Like in the comic book world, when I was in, and there was, who would win in a fight, Hulk or this, or who would win, Superman or this person. There was also things like when a new character introduced a new outfit change or costume or something, like there was people that hated it, people that liked it. And so one of the ways that I could hack the Facebook algorithm of engagement levels, because in Facebook world, generally if you have 100 fans, they will show it, you have a fan page and you post something, they'll show it to 2 people. And if one of those 2 people comment on it, then it spreads to 3 people. And if then it spreads to 5. It's all about engagement. Whoever clicks on it engages with it, if they comment and stuff. And I knew that that's how the Facebook algorithm worked. So what I could do is post things that would be argumentative, post things that would be that would cause almost a conflict, and that conflict would amplify the message, because in social media world, the more conflict, the more engagement, the more arguing, the more this spread the message further. And for me, that was beneficial for what I was trying to do in the comic book world. Now, you see how that also doesn't always work well.
Yeah,
others
consequences.
Yeah. All right. So we got like 2 more minutes and then we'll get started. For those of you that have stuck around, and I do watch the attendees as they come and go, and I will talk about that. moving in to the next part. Is there anything we haven't covered yet, Marcello, Bandit?
There was like a question regarding like, how do I, there was like one of the first initial questions. Let me see if I can find the exact, like, how do I market myself? Almost, I think was the question.
Mm-hmm. Marketing myself and getting a new job.
Yeah. I think that was a long question.
I have a live stream on Friday from 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern time where I can talk about that.
It's one of his slides. Yeah. Someone mentioned that Jason has his new shirt from Spearfish General Store. You're wearing
Yes, I got the demo shirt weeks ahead of time to make sure that the ink. So when we made these shirts, we didn't put, it's not ink. It is the removal of color from the shirt.
Mm-hmm.
It bleaches the shirt, removing the color black from the shirt, leaving white. So there's no ink.
I love that. Mm-hmm. It's good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right, everybody. 30 seconds. We'll be back.
Yeah, I don't have anything today. I don't have any random topics to talk about. I'm out. I'm saving them all for the roundup tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah, let's save them for the roundup. Let's save them for the sock class next week.
Sure.
And then this is a question for the audience. As we get back to this, John, do you want to show the Jabberwocky video? That's not the question for the audience.
I would like to. Yeah. How are we doing on time? We on track?
Let's do it after the next break. We'll show Jabberwocky.
Let's save it to the sleepiest time of the day, which is like 2:58 p.m. according to experts, Eastern time.
Yep. All right, welcome back, everybody. It is time to start up again. All right, so here we go. Introduction of content and community. So if some of you were here for this, hopefully the other stuff is giving you context. Like, because if you don't have the context of noise, if you don't have the context of hackers and hoodies, the sandwich, are you making content for the people in the bottom layer of the sandwich or the top layer of the sandwich, or for both? Like, what is the target audience of your content? Who is the community that you're trying to build? Like, hopefully all those things, key metrics and everything that we've talked about will lead you to here. And then this will lead you into that last final part. And thank you so much for joining us today. Let's get started with here. All right, so this is going to be about 30 minutes or so talking about the introduction of content. Now, hopefully I actually have that much to talk about. We'll see. But when it is time to make content, what is content? Content is like your blogs, your webcast, this right now is content. It's the sharing of knowledge. It is a virtual conference that you're hosting. It is a pamphlet that you create to hand out to people at conferences. It's the cheat sheet. It's the poster. It's the open source tool that you've created. Like, it's the thing that you are using to share your knowledge and to introduce yourself to others, because that's the way I look at content. It's an introduction. It's like, hi, I would like to introduce myself and share my knowledge with you, or help someone on our team share their knowledge with our potential audience as well. And going back to that, seriously choose who you're trying to reach. Because if your answer is I'm trying to reach everybody, that is not who you're trying to reach. I got a chance to work with film students for many years. And one of my very first questions to all my film students, when they would say, Jason, I have an idea for a movie or a web series or a TV show or something. And I was like, all right, cool. Who's your target audience? Like, oh, it's everybody. Everybody will love this. Yeah. Think about the person. Think about them. Like, really think about who that person is. What is their favorite movie? Like, what is their favorite movie? I was like, yeah, what is their favorite movie? Because the person whose favorite movie is Natural Born Killers is different than the person whose favorite movie is the Titanic. Now, some of you are going to post some GIFs and memes and stuff in here right now of Natural Born Killers and Titanic. And some of you right now are like, I love the Titanic and I love Natural Born Killers. But your favorite movie, if your favorite movie is The Lion King, then you're going to be different than, yes, it's been 84 years. You're going to be different than someone whose favorite movie is the Titanic. And I was like, all right, so think of the person now, what's their favorite band? Because the person whose favorite band is Dwight Yoakam is different than someone's favorite band that is Slayer. And when I asked them to start thinking about who their favorite movie is and what their favorite band is and things like that, then they're like, so the person who would like this movie would also, their favorite movie would be Back to the Future. Okay, Back to the Future. Okay. So I want you to do a similar thing when you're thinking about your content. Like, who is this person? What is their favorite open source tool in the InfoSec community? What is their favorite thing? Like, you start thinking about that. And when you think about that, someone posted War Games. Their favorite movie is War Games. All right. So as you're thinking about who that audience is this bottom up? Is this top down? Is this top of the sandwich, bottom of the sandwich? Is it both sides of the sandwich? As you start thinking about that, I want you to fuse that into everything that you create. So we got this here. I'm going to start with this. Internally at Black Hills Information Security, Wallace Hackin Fest, at Active Countermeasures, whenever we're thinking about creating content, the first question we ask ourselves, is this better for the person we are making it for than it is for us? And if you've been around us, you know that one of our taglines, from the previous section is proudly sucking at capitalism. Like, we proudly suck at capitalism. We don't totally suck at capitalism. And we don't suck at communism. We proudly suck at capitalism. And so we're always thinking about how is this better for the end user, or how is this better for the person than it is for us? And there are times where we're like, all right, so the way it is right now, it is better for us than it is for the end person. How can we shift it? How can we change it to where it's better for the person than it is for us? And so I'm not saying you have to fuse that question into everything that you create, but it's a great place to start. Because if we go back to that noise, right? Noise. If you're making something that's great for you, there's a really good chance it's noise, because it's great for you. And the person who's getting it, like, hey, thanks so much for this, but it's not, I don't see how this is beneficial for me. So that first question we ask ourselves, is this better for the person we are making it for than it is for us? Right. So once you have that in mind, you're like, okay, so who is my end user? Like, let me think about them. Let me think about what they like, what they want, what they're trying to get. One of my pivotal moments in the last couple of years in the information security industry, especially in marketing, is I got a chance to go to Black Hat last year. So I was at Black Hat. My wife was taking a training course. John was teaching a training course. And so I went. And while I was at Black Hat, I sat like in a corridor. So I don't know if you've ever been to Black Hat. It's this massive casino. And there's thousands and thousands of students, and they leave for lunch and then they come back from lunch. So imagine just thousands of people. I know pre-COVID days, you're like, thousands of people? Were they wearing masks? No, they weren't. So thousands of people go. And I sat there in the corridor and I watched thousands of people pass me, thousands of information security professionals, thousands of people who got on a plane, traveled to Las Vegas, and decided to take a training class. And what I saw on all their faces, and as they wore their badges and they wore their conference t-shirts and their vendor shirts and all those things that I saw them wear, I thought about who they were and what they looked like. But I came to this one belief that all of them had in common, regardless of what they looked like, regardless of what they were wearing, regardless of all that stuff, is that all of them were there to learn. Every single person was there to seek knowledge. Every single person was there to be a little bit better today than they were yesterday. And that's what I was like, all right, so that is our core motto. Like, that is what we're going to go back to. We're going to teach people stuff. We're going to share our knowledge. We're going to give everything that we know how to do. And think about this workshop I'm doing. I'm essentially teaching, and I thought about this last night. There are some of you here that are a direct main competitor of the company I work for. You're a direct main competitor. And I'm telling you right now, this is how we do it. This is how we do everything that we do. And if you want to do it too, awesome. Because we want to share knowledge. We want to make the world a better place. That's our vision. That's what we want to do. So with that said, I'm going to give you some content strategies right now of how you make content moving forward. And if you've never done this before, this is how you make content moving forward. And the first concept is content chunking. So content chunking. And the idea behind content chunking is that when you conceptually think of a of what you're going to make. Is it a blog? Is it a webcast? Is it an open source tool? Like, what is the thing that you're going to make? How can I make it a big thing that can be broken, a big thing that's useful, a big thing that's good for the person, a big thing that hits my target audience, a big thing that I can then break into smaller pieces that are also useful to the end person, to my target audience? Like, how can I take this big thing and break it into smaller things? And I wanted to share this. It is a PowerPoint presentation created by Gary Vee. And I don't know what you know about Gary Vee or what you think about Gary Vee. There are times where I think Gary Vee is Gary Vee. And then there's other times like, damn, that's good. He's just giving it away. It's like, all right. So if you go here, download this PowerPoint presentation, it is 270 slides. It is 270 slides. And you go through here, and this is content chunking. You make a big thing and break it into smaller pieces. And that's what it looks like. So this is the presentation. I'm going to drop the link into Discord at some point here. If someone else could drop the link into Discord, because I have two different systems that I'm trying to work on here. But we have that. So content chunking. Content chunking. So content chunking is taking something that's big and then breaking into smaller pieces. And I'm going to have a case study to explain this a little bit more in a few minutes. This is not full screen. Does that matter? I guess it doesn't matter. All right, so that's not full screen. I don't know how to use a computer. So I don't know if you've ever done this before. So if you're in marketing, if you're responsible for creating content, have you thought about it in this way? Like, how can I make the big thing and break it into smaller things? So what do I mean by that? Like, so at Sands, we would make these big posters. So it's a poster of useful content, but then I would take each individual tip or each individual thing and then turn it into a social media post. And then that social media post directed you back to download the poster. But while you were there to download the poster, there was a upcoming webcast to help explain the poster to you. Now, if that webcast was over, then there would be a webcast that was already recorded and available for you to watch. Now, you could take that 60-minute webcast and then break it into 3-minute chunks and 5-minute chunks and 10-minute chunks, and then make those social media posts that then you could also share as well. And so I know some of the people here that are watching this, you work for other information security companies, you work for other organizations, and right now the gears are turning. You're like, okay, so we do a webcast. All right, so the webcast is the big piece of content. Okay, well, then we could take the transcript from the webcast. All right, so you can send it to, is it REM? John, do you know the company that does transcripts?
Oh, rev.com, right?
Rev.com, rev.com, rev.com. So you can send them the video, and it's like $1 a minute, and they would transcribe. Now, the only issue that we run into in the information security world is that when someone's using a tool like Nessus or something like that, like they're like doing the best they can to try to transcribe that. So you just go through and make some modifications. Now, you can take that transcript that you have and turn it into a blog post, or you could take quotes out of that and then turn that into something. You could also use parts of that for your sales materials. Like, you can harvest that content that you're making and use it in other useful ways. So now you have the big webcast, and now you have a transcript of it, and now you can turn that into a blog. And so now that you have a blog, and we're going to get to this in a second, I'm going to show you like how once you put content out, how it turns into what's called compounding content, where it just keeps building and building and building on itself. So yeah, so you got that big webcast. You can break it into chunks, which are 3 to 5 minutes long, that you can now make to social media posts, and all that drives people back to the original webcast that you did. And on that page, you have, would you like to join our mailing list to find out about upcoming webcasts? And they join your mailing list because they say, this is useful content that I appreciate and benefit from. I would like more of this. And so they join your mailing list, and now you have more people that you can reach out to in the future about your next webcast. Now you have a larger audience showing up for that webcast. And when you see this compounding content section that on the next page, you're like, I'm going to show you how to take a 10-minute presentation and turn it into a 16-hour training class with hands-on labs and everything else. So, all right. So let me show you the LinkedIn example. All right. So this is a very simple LinkedIn example of what I want to talk about today. All right. So I posted this last night, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Okay. Whoop. We got someone's message up there. Going to move that down. All right. So we have slides. What do we got? So this is the Black Hills Information Security LinkedIn page. All right. I've been accused of starting a cult before in the past. It's fine. All right. So we got the Black Hills Information Security page here. We have 43,661 followers. That's grown significantly over time, and essentially by putting out useful content that people like, and they want more of that useful content. But we get here, and it says here are the slides, tag in the person, and then the recording of the webcast will be available on our YouTube channel. So I posted this. Now, take a look at what happens inside the world of LinkedIn. Okay. I'm going to go back to our page, because right now I'm at, and I want to show you the stats. The stats is what I want to show you. So I get down here, because I'm the admin of the page. And we're like, we got this one over here. Cool, getting started with Burp Suite and web app pen testing. But then we got this one. So right now it's got like 72 engagements. It's got 1 comment. And hopefully you're all tracking with me, and this will all make sense here in a second. We did a webcast with Joff Thayer, and Joff did it, and Ryan is working on editing the video. We're going to put it on our YouTube channel. But we just put the slides on LinkedIn. So it's that content chunk. You got a webcast, we got slides. Now each slide could be its own individual piece of content. But when I go over here, I can click through. And if you didn't know you could upload slides to LinkedIn, hopefully this is worth the price of admission today, that you're like, I can upload PDF documents to LinkedIn. Sure. Yeah, you just go up here. John's like, what? You go up here to start a post, and then you click on the documents right here. And then you embed the PDF, and then it uploads and turns it into individual pieces of content. So we go down here to the threat actor. We got this. And if I go through, take a look at what's happening. So I go from 1. If you look down below, it's got like 6 of 38, 7 of 38, 8 of 38, 9 of 38, whatever, all that stuff. So guess what happens in LinkedIn world? So in LinkedIn world, it shows me I got 5,329 impressions. And we're like, Jason, impressions? I thought you didn't care about impressions. No, I care about reach. I care about more people seeing it, because if more people see it, more people may choose to join and be a part of that page, which means they'll see the future content, which means mailing list gets bigger, which means we can reach more people, which means we can reach more people, which means we can reach more people. So if I go over here and I say show stats, and let's take a look at the stats. This has an engagement rate of 78%, 83. So what's happening in LinkedIn world is LinkedIn is essentially saying every time you go from one slide to another, here I just go from one slide to another, they're like click, 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 and it's racking up this engagement rate number. So what LinkedIn thinks is, well, you have an engaging piece of content there. And since it's an engaging piece of content, LinkedIn says, I would like to show it to more people, because we want people to use LinkedIn more often. So we want things that are engaging to be seen by more people. So let's go ahead and share it to more people. So we had a webcast that had a slide deck. We can use the webcast. If you look up here, we got the webcast that you can go ahead and watch. It's a blog post now. But if you take a look at here, the stats, this is normal, 4.95%. That's normal. If you were to go to your LinkedIn page right now, take a look at your post and take a look at what your stats are, and you'd be like, okay, yeah, it's about 4.95%. Yeah, that makes sense. But this is, you get here, and you're like, oh, it's 78%. Yeah. So when you're thinking through this, like, how does the technology work? How does LinkedIn work? How does Twitter work? How does Facebook work? How do these algorithms work? How can I create content that can utilize these algorithms to increase my reach? And by increasing my reach, I reach more people. And by reaching more people, I introduce the content to more. Hopefully, that was a quick crash course into the introduction of content chunking. Let's go back to the presentation. All right. So we have the presentation over here. We got the LinkedIn example. We got the Gary Vee that you're going to have that link to that. So you can go through and create those 64 pieces of content in a day. And you're like, well, how do I do that? Well, Gary Vee shows you. I learned the trick for the LinkedIn uploading a PDF through that slide deck. Now, I've been doing content marketing for like 15 years or so. And I went into the Gary Vee slide deck going like, oh, Gary Vee, like, I know this, I know that. Yeah, you make it here, you use it there, you screenshot this, you use that. And when I hit that LinkedIn one, I was like, I'm sorry, what was that? Nice. So, all right. Second strategy. All right, so first strategy is content chunking. Yeah, go ahead, John.
Hey, I was going to jump in for folks that might be looking at something to do right out of the gate, especially if you're new to the organization you're at. You can take a look, open up your analytics, look at the most popular blog page or download from the last 18 months, download that during the break and content chunk that sucker because you already know it's got traction or something. So you can look through stuff that's already done that gets good traction already, and then do chunking on that and buy yourself a good amount of time into the new year. So if you're new to your organization or you just signed on or got, the marketing role fairly recently, that's a great way that you could start doing this right out of the gate.
Yeah, Google Analytics will help you too with what are people finding organically. So instead of you paying for Google Ads and seeing what keywords work, at Black Hills Information Security, if you type in LLMNR, so L, Lima, Mike, November, Romeo, LLMNR, you'll see that we're either the first or the second hit that comes up, which drives like the significant amount of traffic to the Black Hills website on a daily basis, which leads people to joining our webcast, which leads people to downloading and joining. Like, for some reason, LLMNR is the thing that drives the majority of traffic to the Black Hills website. So, and the bandits can be like, yep, it sure is. All right. Number one. That's right. All right. So, second strategy is, if you can, now I'm not saying that it has to be every single time, but one of the things to think about is, first is this for top down, bottom up, top the sandwich, bottom the sandwich? Is it, who's the audience? Like, what do they like? What do they care about? What do they want? Like, you're thinking that through. And then you're like, well, how can I create this big content chunking opportunity? And the next thing to think about is, can it be evergreen? Can the content be evergreen? And so evergreen content is something that you make once and can keep using over and over and over and over and over and over again. Now, one of the things that happened when I came to Black Hills for the first time is that they've been doing this for years before I ever stepped on board. They were writing blogs for years, webcasts for years, all this stuff. I walked into a content-rich environment and I was like, oh, nice. Yeah, this is great. And there was a list of the 390 some blogs that they had written over the last 4 years. And I was like, wow, 390 blogs. That's awesome. Look at all that. And one of the very first things I did is I worked with Deb. So Deb came on board as a 1099 and said, all right, let's use this. Even though it was a blog written in 2016, it's still useful. Even though it was a blog written in 2018, it's still useful. Now, once we started running some of those blogs, we found out that they were not useful. They were old things that no longer worked. And our team of Black Hills testers who had been writing those blogs said, Jason, stop posting this. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, got it. And so then we did a content audit. So we sent each author their blogs and said, is this still relevant? Is it still relevant? And if it's not, can we put a disclaimer talking about how the technique is still useful, but this actual thing is not? So we went through and did an audit of every single, like all 400 blogs that have been written. And we went through and said, these are no longer useful. And then what happens is that people still show up and find those organically, but we have a little thing on them that says either this technique's no longer useful or read at your own risk. Like, hey, you can do this, but chances are you might get caught, or chances are this isn't going to work for you. Now, on the flip side of that is when we produce anything, we have an internal policy of policy. No, we just have an internal process of whenever we post something today, we post it again 30 days later, 30 days later, 30 days later, and then we're done. So we post it today, 30 days later, 30 days later, 30 days later. Because we believe whatever we post is going to be useful for at least 90 days. So it's just set it on a schedule of today and 30 days after, 30 days after, 30 days after. The hope is that we're making evergreen content. Now, it's not everything's going to be evergreen. I remember there was one blog that we put out on, let's say, Monday, and it was dead by Wednesday. It was dead by Wednesday because we put it out on Monday. So many people had read it. Windows went and fixed the flaw that the blog was about. And by Wednesday, you couldn't do it anymore. And I was like, well, that's good. Like, that fixed that problem. Oh, I can't use my blog anymore. So we had to put a disclaimer on pretty much after 3 days saying this technique's no longer useful, but the procedure that was used to find it is. So go ahead. What about evergreen conference meetup talks? So Nico, that's a great question. So when I first came aboard at Black Hills, there was a perception, not by everybody, but by many people, that if you give a conference talk once, you can never give it again. If you give a conference talk once, you can never give it again. And I was like, no, that's not, no. And what I was trying to say is that, let's say you give a conference talk once, and there's 200 people in the audience, and it's been seen online by 400 people because it was recorded, or it was virtual conference like this right now. You know, we're doing this virtually, and there's 222 of you here right now. There's 222 that have seen this. Now, if I put this online and another 4,000 people watch it, should I ever give it again? Yeah. How many people have not seen it? And so I believe, it's a Jason belief, that you can give the same conference talk about 8 times before it's no longer, before it gets stale. After 8 times, you're not going to want to give it anymore. No. So if you're giving conference talks, if you're giving presentations, after the 8th time, move on to another topic or something else that you've learned. So that is my answer to that question about evergreen conference talks and meetup talks. All right. So now that you've thought of here's the content chunking, and here is essentially how to make it evergreen, or we're starting with it's evergreen to get started with. All right, let's talk about compounding content. And this is audience questions are worth more than jewels and gold. And right now, John, if you have any questions, now would be a good time, because the next page I'm going to get to is going to be not fast and furious, but it's going to be in depth. So anything to add to this before I move on?
No, great stuff. I think super helpful.
Okay. All right. So the audience questions are worth more than jewels and gold. Let's talk about how this works. So, all right, next slide. Introduction to content continued, compounding content. All right, so here's how you can turn a 10-minute presentation into a 16-hour training course. So you give a 10-minute presentation to internal team members on a topic, on a technical topic, on something you've learned in the last 6 weeks. For some of you right now, you're in Infosec marketing, you're going to hear this today, and you, a couple weeks from now, could give a talk on compounding content. Let's get real meta with it. You could give a talk in a couple weeks on compounding content. You learned about it, you're starting to research it, and how can I put this into practice? And so you can give a 10-minute presentation internally to your own marketing team or internally to your leadership team. We're like, hey, let's start thinking about this compounding content process. So you give a 10-minute presentation to an internal team members on a technical topic, something you learned in the last 6 weeks. And what happens is at the end of that 10-minute presentation, ask people for their feedback. Like, hey, I just covered this topic. What questions do you have? And every question somebody has is what you're going to use to flesh out that content. Because when someone's like, all right, so you talked about compounding content, but how do you find the people to do that for you? You're like, oh, that's a great question. How do you find the people to do compounding content? Okay. What if no one asks a question when I'm done giving a presentation? All right, so what happens if no one asks a question when giving a presentation? Okay. So you get all this feedback from that 10-minute presentation. And when you do that 10-minute presentation, get all that feedback, you're like, all right, so take all those questions and that comments and commentary and the feedback. Guess what? You're doing it right now. Every single question you're asking, every single clarifying comment, every single thing that you're doing is what can help this flesh out into more information. Your comments, your questions are worth more than jewels and gold when it comes to this. Now some of you are going to get real self-conscious, like, geez, all right, okay. Well, now he's going to use my comments and questions to, all right. All right, keep them coming though. Like if you have questions and comments, keep them coming. But I wanted you to see that that's what we're looking for. It's where is the deficiency in the knowledge? Where is the lack of clarity? Where is that? So that way I can use that to improve where we need to go. So you turn the original 10-minute presentation into a blog post using the slides that you use in the transcript of the talk. You take that 10-minute talk, let's say it was recorded, you can record it yourself, you send it off to rev.com, they turn that into a transcript now that you have, and you can use that as the basis for the text for the blog. And drop the slides in there. You can drop the slides on LinkedIn to link back to the blog, because now you know that LinkedIn's going to share that to more people. So more people are going to get a chance to click on the blog to get there. And you're going to tell them about your upcoming 50-minute webcast on this topic, on compounding content. So you give a 50-minute presentation based on feedback, comments, and questions. Now you do that 50-minute. And when you do that, you're also going to get questions from people. So now you're going to get questions from the audience about what about this, or what about this, or hey, it would be really nice if we had that document, or it would be really nice if we got a chance to do this, or it'd be like, here's what I would like to see next time, or this is what would be good in my circumstance or to my use case. And so you're like, okay, cool. So you take those 3 most common audience questions and produce a blog post for each one of those. So 3 most common questions. So now you have 3 blog posts to go along with the material. So that goes with the original blog post, that 10-minute content. You have a 50-minute webcast now that can now be content chunked into smaller pieces. You can then run that through rev.com to get a transcript of it. You take the questions from the audience and you produce those into a new blog post. And then you start thinking like, all right, so what would be the hands-on component that we could build into this so that way people get an opportunity to do hands-on content? And that sounds really cool. All right, so next step is you create social media posts that go along with each blog. I'll link back to the 50-minute presentation, and then you tell people you have an upcoming 4-hour workshop based on audience feedback with hands-on labs and links to blog posts. All right, so this part right here is, we're doing a 4-hour workshop right now. And we just started with a 4-hour workshop, but really John and I have been doing this for years, and we have bits and pieces from places. We've heard feedback and we incorporated it into the 4-hour workshop today. Now, there's some of you would be like, it'd be really cool if we had a hands-on lab on how to build a Discord channel, or really be cool to like, how do you run a GoToWebinar, or how do you produce a virtual conference? Like, how do you do this? I was like, cool, then we can do a hands-on lab on that. So the other part is like, if you have those blog posts, so when you, the audience, goes like, well, I have a question, you're like, hey, thanks so much for asking that question. I have a blog post that answers that. I got a chance to see this astrophysicist talking at my church at some point this year. An astrophysicist talking at our church and talking about stuff. And what happened was there was a Q&A with the astrophysicist at the end. And every single person who got up to ask a question of this astrophysicist, the astrophysicist said, well, I have a book about that. The answer to each question was, I've written a book on that. He then answered the question, but I have a book on that. And then another person would ask a question. And he would say, oh, I have a book on that topic as well. And let me answer your question. And someone's like, and it became almost an inside joke the next time someone asked a question, or like, do you have a book on this too? And he's like, actually, I do have a book on that. This person had written 19 books, I believe was the answer. It was either 32 or 19. It was like a ton of books. Now, think about this. You're in a Q&A session. You just give a huge presentation. Someone asks a question, and they ask a question, and you're like, no, I can write a book on that. The audience's questions are worth more than jewels and gold, because that's what fuels all your future content. And this goes for if you're doing blogs. This goes if you're giving presentations. This goes if you're doing a podcast. This goes for anything. It goes if you're posting things on LinkedIn and you get questions underneath, and the people ask those questions. All of this flows into your compounding content. Now, lastly, how all of this works is that you build an email list of people interested in that topic to reach out for future content. And now I say, do not sell to this list. Do not sell to this list. That's not why they're here. They're here because they want to learn from you. Now, at some point, they may learn from you and go like, well, I learned from you and I'd like to hire you. And you're like, oh, cool, thanks. But that is not the sole purpose of doing this. That is if they choose to at some point in the future, they want to hire you to do something because they see you as an expert in it. And they're like, we would love your expertise in this special use case that we have. And some of you right now are like, okay. I see what you're doing. Because you're having a like, I've been an unwitting part of this, and there's no malicious activity here. It is I didn't know what else to make. I didn't know what our next webcast should be. I didn't know what our next blog should be. I didn't know. I want to make something that you want to know. I want us to produce something that you want, and the easiest way to do that is to see your questions and to know what you want to know next. So that's compounding content. John, anything?
Jason, this is the most brilliant thing I've ever seen. Your succinct run through. I mean, this could be your next year, everyone. This slide plus that calendar that I'm going to give you a little later. I mean, really, really good. And it makes me think too, Jason, of like YouTube will tell you their most popular stuff and why. And so much of it is how to and how do I. And it is a question-oriented platform. Its instructional basis is to answer people's questions. And I think this is great. I mean, it's about figuring out what it is that your audience actually wants. And yeah, it's just amazing. Like most folks do not have a built-in methodology to asking things from their audience. It's more like throwing things and waiting. So I think it's a great approach. And your plan, while not a quick turn, is so logical and succinct that it just makes sense. So great job.
All right. So I got one last thing here is that I don't know information security that well. I've been blessed over the last 5 years to be around people like Larry Pessy and Ed Scotus and Jeff McJunkin and John Strand and so many SANS instructors who teach information security. I got to just absorb so much of Infosec. I got to learn about the tools because I helped create the content. I got to learn about what Hashcat is and what it does. Like I got a chance to just absorb it coming from this comic book and filmmaking background. And so I am very blessed to have incredible teachers over the last couple of years. But you do too. The people that are inside your organization who are the engineers and the people who create and produce your products or do the services that you offer are your subject matter experts. They can teach you how it all works. And I know you're thinking to yourself, like, I don't have the time to learn that. Well, if you do want to set up a time each week where you can hop into other people's meetings where, they're going to have a scrum call here talking about the business things and you hop in there. They have a scrum call for the developers and you can hop into that and make yourself a fly on the wall and just listen and absorb and learn these things. And what happens next is that when you're looking for these subject matter experts inside your organization, because like I said, I don't know how to make InfoSec. Like I'm not the person who should tell you how to run Nessus. Like I would say, hey, Marcello, how do you run Nessus? And Marcello would be like, well, Jason, what you would do is, and he would teach me. And as he's teaching me, I'm like, okay, so if you can teach me how to run Nessus, what would that webcast look like? And same thing we recently did one with BB King on getting started in Burp Suite. Now, BB had a different title for that. And I was like, well, BB, isn't this like getting started in Burp Suite? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, well, what I've learned over time is that if you do the title of your webcast as getting started in, more people show up. And I was like, okay, well, let's call it getting started in. And all of a sudden, BB had it was 1,800 live attendees for his getting started in Burp Suite and web app pen testing webcast. And so my goal is to get people to show up. Their goal is to create the content. Now, we do it in a collaborative way sometimes, but when you reach out to your own internal subject matter experts, and some of you are going to be very inspired by this, and you're going to start reaching out to people, and they are going to push back a little bit. They're like, well, I don't know how to write, or I don't want to give a presentation, or I don't want to do this. And you're like, I will help you. My goal here is to help you share your knowledge. and maybe don't schedule this before Christmas, but maybe put this on the calendar right afterwards in the new year, saying like, I'm going to identify 5 subject matter experts inside my organization. I'm going to reach out to them and ask them, what are your professional goals? Like, what do you want to do? My favorite question to ask, and Marcello's sitting here right now, like, damn it, Jason, is this what you do? How would you like to share your knowledge with the community? How would you like to share your knowledge with the community? Because I don't work in marketing. That was one of the things that I had to teach internally people in my own organization, because they looked at me as like, oh, Jason's the marketing guy. I was like, no. I am the how do I help you share your knowledge guy. Like, that's my role here. Like, my role is to help you share your knowledge. John hired me to do good things for the information security industry. And one of the ways that we can do that is to share your knowledge, because our target audience is the practitioners who have their hands on keyboard every single day. And we're going to make this world a better place by helping them have the knowledge today that they didn't have yesterday. And they're like, oh, yeah, I'd like to share my knowledge. Like, okay, cool. I'm not tricking them. Like, that is my purpose. How can I help you share your knowledge? Now, some people want to share their knowledge writing it down. There are some people on our team that like to write blogs. They like to take screenshots. They like to write the process of how they did each and everything. And they put it in details with links to this and links to this and links to this and all that stuff. And they write blogs. And we will help them write those blogs. Like, that is our purpose. Deb is the blog person. If you've ever gotten a blog from Black Hills, it went through Deb's hands. She's the one that makes sure it gets out to you. So she helps people put those blogs together. Now, sometimes I help them with here's how to write a hook, here's the beginning, here's the middle, here's the climactic part of it, here is the finale, here's how you, and there are sometimes blogs get to me and I'm like, all right, this is a good blog, but how is this more useful for the person than it is for us? Because they write it and they're like, oh, this would be good for Black Hills. Oh, okay, I appreciate that. But how is this more useful for them? And we'll go back and go through some editing there. All right. So some people like to speak. If they like to speak, if they like to use their spoken word, not like spoken word, but they want to speak and present, well, you can help them with that. Toastmasters is a place where you can help them learn to speak. I have a presentation earlier in this where it talks about how to give a presentation. And so maybe you show that to them, like, here's the hook, the beginning, the middle, the climactic part, here's the end. Here's what happens to the human brain while you're talking, like all those things. And here's Toastmasters where you can practice on yes, I remember the time that Larry spilled a glass of water in my lap. Woo, it's hot. Cold. It's cold. So some people may need to take Toastmasters. I am a Toastmasters president of the Geeks That Speak. So I am the president of a local Toastmasters chapter, and I've started inviting the Black Hills testers in who would like to join it and be better at presenting. And one of the things that we work on is the ahs and ums and things like that, and how you can clearly define your message and how you can get it out in a way that's engaging and hand movements and all that stuff. Like, I practice this with people, so you can help them practice. Open source tools. Some people on your team are like, I want to produce open source tools. Marcello is the open source tool king. And he's like, nah, I'm not a king. Like, you are, Marcello. And so there are tools that are being created. Like, how can you help those tools get out to the community? Because you're good at that. You're good at building an audience. You're good at getting stuff out to more people. You're good at more eyeballs showing up for that. And you can say, look, you made this open source tool here that's incredibly useful. I'm going to help introduce it to more people. I'm going to help you with your own professional goals. I'm going to help you there. All right. And games. Someone's like, well, I just want to create a game. And you're like, all right, well, what's the game that you want to create? Let's go all the way through the process here. Do you want to create a board game? Do you want to jump to conclusions? Like, what's the game that you want to make? And so you can help people with creating games and producing games because you have a background in graphic design and communications and word copies. And I was just about to say, I'm good with words and I couldn't get it up. But that is something that you can do. Now, when it comes to schedules, remember that these people, these subject matter experts, do not work for you. They are producing content in collaboration with you, and you need to be gentle and kind and wonderful to them as you help them foster and give their abilities and share their knowledge to others. And so we have a thing that we do internally. Thank you for noticing the jump to conclusions reference. We have thing internally. Deb will ask this. I will ask this. It's when. Here's a tip today. Whenever working with subject matter experts, whenever working with someone that is not like directly aligned to your team, they're like dotted line or they're doing you a favor or something like that. It's when do you think you can have this completed? And if they say I can get this done in 4 weeks, you're like, cool. I'll check in with you in 2 weeks and just see how your progress is going. And if you need anything along the way, if you want to bounce ideas off of, if you want to check in with me, if you want to see if this is working or not working, that is what I'm here for. I'm here to help you share your knowledge with others. Now, if it gets to the 4 weeks and you're like, oh, Jason, I didn't finish, you're like, I'm not disappointed. Like, I know you have a lot of things going on. So when do you feel like you could get this completed from this point forward? And you're like, oh, yeah, 6 weeks from now? Fantastic. Is this a required jump function of your SMEs? It is not. And so Blatt just asks, is this a required jump function for our SMEs? No, it's not. It's just something that when John, so the owner of our company, when he hires people, he literally looks for people who like to share their knowledge. Like it's built into the company culture. John is a teacher, and so sharing knowledge is a part. I'm a former teacher. I still like to teach. So sharing knowledge is just a part of our culture. Whenever I hire a new intern, the 2 questions I ask an intern to get started in the interview is, why do you want to work in marketing? So that's first. I mean, just get, and 2, when's the last time you taught somebody anything? And I'd like to hear how excited they are when they're like, oh, yeah, I taught my roommate the other day how to work. And you're like, oh, cool. And they talk excitedly about teaching. I'm like, cool, you would fit in here. So it is not a requirement, but those are the questions that we ask so that we can build a culture of people who like to share knowledge. All right, so let's get into the case study. And so we got a case study here. If any of you have ever seen Backdoors and Breaches, let me explain Backdoors and Breaches. If you've not seen it, if this is your very first time on a Wallace Hacking Cast, if you stuck in these 3 hours, thank you for being here. If you're going to watch the recording, if you're watching the recording now, hey, how's it going? What are you doing? That's cool. All right. So in the case study here at Backdoors and Breaches, it's an incident response card game. It's an incident response card game that I don't have in front. There we go. There we go. It is an incident response card game, a literal card game. So it is a deck of cards, and inside these decks of cards you have all these different cards of attack tactics and procedures that people can do. It's got all kinds of stuff in here. If you take a look at it, we got this is a pivot and escalate card that talks about how to weaponize Active Directory. And this is a fully functional game that is used to teach people tabletop exercises, facilitate learning, and things like that. And it is incident response meets Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, cool. Mer Pizza has 3 sets at the house. Cool. So what is the problem we were trying to fix? Like, because remember, your content has to have an audience. Like, is this bottom up? Is this top down? Like, so as we were thinking through, we're like, we wanted to make tabletop exercises more fun and engaging and easier to do more often. Because the more often you can do a tabletop exercise, the more frequently you can find the potential flaws in your own processes, in your own ability to detect attacks. And that would make your organization safer. Because if you can do it more often, you would inherently be more safer. That's the idea behind it. Now, the problem we were trying to fix, because remember, there's the organization problem. Is this better for the person than it is for us? That doesn't mean is it bad for us. Like, it's still good for us. Like, we're trying to make this better for you than it is for us, but it's still good for us. And same thing for your organization. When you make something for someone, it's still good for you. It's just better for the end user. And so the problem we were trying to fix is that everybody was doing t-shirts. You go to a con, you go to an event, you're sitting there at your booth, you're handing out stuff, everyone's handing out t-shirts. And t-shirts are expensive. And you don't know if anyone's going to wear it. People like t-shirts, but you don't know if they're going to wear the t-shirts. And so if you're like looking at this $10 item that you're handing out to somebody, you don't know if they're going to wear it or whatever the case may be. And some of you right now have a massive closet of vendor shirts. And you're like, which one will I wear today? It's this one. And so we didn't want to just be another company that was making t-shirts. We wanted to do something that was useful. And a deck of cards is less expensive than a t-shirt. It just is. A deck of cards is less expensive. Now, think through all this. Ready? Think through all this. Content chunking. This is my thought process. Content chunking is that this whole deck is the piece of content. It is the backdoors and breaches core deck. It's the whole thing. But look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 52 pieces of content in this deck. And I have you down here that when you play this game, there's 3,780 scenarios, 80 possible scenarios with 10 inject cards to create chaos. There is an infinite amount of possibilities when you play this game. And so when you're thinking about content chunking, is that each card is its own piece of content, then each thing on the card is its own piece of content. Each card could be its own social media post. Each card can lead you back to the overall deck. And it is incredibly useful. I have played this game with people. And when we were originally creating it, we were like, we hope it's useful or we hope it's cool. It ended up being useful and cool. And I was like, oh. Is it evergreen? Yes, a core deck will work for years. Like the attacks that we built it to be an evergreen piece of content, compounding content. So as people played, they started coming up with ideas of like, what about this? And what about this? And what about this? And we started getting feedback and questions. And so we're like, all right, so let's do expansion decks to increase the usefulness of the core deck. And then how did we tie subject matter experts into all this? Is everything here, everything in the deck was created by subject matter experts. Every single thing was inspired, populated, edited, and play tested with the testers of Black Hills. Not all of them. It wasn't all 25 of them. There was the ones internally that I could go to and say, hey, I have this question. Would this work? Would this not work? What does this look like? All that stuff. So yeah. So when we released it, it was a whole lot more successful than we thought it would be. It exceeded our original plan was just to give these out at conferences. Now, if you're like, Jason, why are you telling me about backdoors and breaches? It's because what can you create? What problem can you solve that your clients, your customers, what problem can you help them solve? This was trying to solve the problem of tabletop exercises being boring and taking too long and unuseful. We're trying to solve the problem of that. What problem can you solve? And what can you create to help solve that problem? Yeah, that's a great one. What keeps your audience up at night? John just said that. So in just all of the creation of backdoors and breaches also had elements of content chunking involved in content, compounding content, and evergreen content. So it was even asking the audience, asking our Twitter followers, what color should we make the box? So that's the first tweet there on the left. It had 163 responses, and the overall response was purple. That's why it's purple. Like if they would have said red, it would have been red. If it was blue, it would have been blue. So we involved the community in producing it. We then gave 100 educators. So we found 100 educators and we gave them 20 decks for free. So we said, if you're an educator, you teach information security, we'll give you 20 decks for free. We had, what was it, Deb, like 500 people reach out to us, like in a 48-hour, like 2-week period. And I was like, okay. And we ended up sending out, I think the first 300, we did send the 20 decks. And then after that, we sent like 5 decks because we were starting to run low. So, and we did say it was going to be the first 100, but we ended up sending it to all of them. And then we had so many requests for these. Like the original intent was to hand them out at conferences. We were never going to sell them. That was not the point in doing this. And so many people asked us for it, and we're like, I don't know how to sell a deck of cards. So we had to learn how to use Amazon. And then we put them on Amazon, and then people purchased them for $10. And really the $10, it doesn't cost $10 to make, but we give so many of them away for free to educators that helps subsidize the cost. So that's why we did it for $10. This is the feedback. So all of a sudden people started playing it. And when they played it, they were taking pictures of them playing it, or they were taking pictures of the box showing up. Conferences were reaching out and saying, hey, can we give these to your attendees? And we're like, absolutely. So we would send hundreds of decks to conferences, and they would give them out to their attendees as part of the like attendee bag. And we were just giving them away. Like we wanted them to get into more hands. We do training sessions with people to teach them to be incident masters, so that way they can do it inside their own organizations. I do those. Deb helps set those up. And we just show up like this. We play virtually, and we teach people how to play so that they can play if they can't. We even have a Discord channel dedicated to playing backdoors and breaches. And you're like, what does all this mean? Well, there are some, you can read these in the slides later on. It's Don Perzett from ITV Pro, TI Pro, IT Pro TV. Was like, buy this. And I was like, no, thanks, Don. Like, I appreciate that. And then people, my favorite comment here is the one in the middle. Surprisingly useful. My second favorite comment is better than expected. And then the third one is, great for fun. Great fun for you or as a gift. Oh, geez, I ran out of time. Darn it. John, I ran out of time.
Let's keep going. We'll just make a shorter potty break, and then we'll combine the last two prizes at once to save time.
Okay. All right, everybody. Hopefully you're tracking with me. We're going to run, I can do this 20 minutes and 10 minutes, and then I can answer your questions during the Q&A part at the end. So that was content. That was an introduction to content. We had evergreen content. We had content chunking, compounding content. And you're like, wow, he said the word content a lot over the last hour. But community. So I am the content and community director. It is produce and create content. And it is build and foster community. That's two things that our team does. And I want to introduce the concept of a third place. If you've never heard of the concept of third place, it is you got work, you got home, third place. It could be a bar, it could be the gym, it could be a comic book store, it could be an online community. It is where you go to be with like-minded people. It's where you go where people get you. It's where you go when you have a thing that you're excited about and you want to share it with somebody else and you're like, that's my third place. And so when you think of community, think of how can I create a third place for people to go? Right now, you're all participating in a third place. Now, it's not some place that you go all the time, but there are many of you that show up here on these weekly webcasts that we do. We've gotten to know some of you really, really well because we see you keep coming back. Some of you gotten to know each other really, really well. And this has become a third place for you. Maybe during the pandemic, this was a third place. Some of you, it might be your local DEF CON chapter. Some of you, it might be your local meetup group. Some of you, it might be church. Wherever it is, you have a third place. And when you're thinking about creating community, it's how can I create an environment where people can share their knowledge with each other and help each other? All right, so what did owning a comic book store teach me about building community? If people wanted a place to share what they cared about. So I owned a comic book store for 5 years. It's called a comic shop. It's in Winter Park, Florida. And one of the things that we learned is that we had Green Lantern fans, we had Superman fans, we had X-Men fans, and we had all these people who were fans, and they would come in and they wanted to talk to us like a bartender. They're like, oh, I just checked out that new X-Men comic, and they would talk to us, and they're like, okay, yeah. And regardless, they wanted to talk to us because owning a comic book, you buy it at a store, you go home, and you read it solitarily, and then like, who do you have to talk to it about? Like, so those of us that work there became like the people that other people wanted to talk to. And then one day I was like, wait a second, that customer also likes X-Men, and this customer does. And I would go, hey Chuck, do you know John? Oh, no, I don't know him. Hey, why don't you two talk? And then they would start talking. And I was like, oh, okay, great. So for me, it was good because then I could go help other customers. But for them, they found their person. They're like, do we just become best friends? I think we did. And so our comic book store became this community hub. We even at one point opened up a bar inside the comic book store called the Geek Easy. And it was because we had fostered so much community, like, let me connect you with this person. Let me do these clubs where people who want to talk about X-Men can come and talk about X-Men. Like, we did everything we could to create community. The very first night that The Walking Dead came out, our community, we found out the capacity of our bar was 144 people. because we crammed 144 people into our bar to watch the first episode of The Walking Dead. And you have no idea, when that first zombie appeared, everybody was like, oh, yes! 144 people living their best life in that moment, surrounded by people who also care about what they care about. That's what you're looking for in community. Is how can I have a service, I have a product, and you're like, but I have a service and that product. Like, how do I connect people? Because it all solves the same problem. It solves the same problem. You can connect people together. Now, maybe NDAs keep you from doing that, but I don't know. We've been able to do it. We've been able to do it, and you're partaking in it right this minute. And some of you are part of the Discord channel, some of you are not, but we are doing the best we can to create a third place, a place for people to share what they care about, and a place for people to talk about what they're passionate. So what did teaching content creation? Yeah, John?
You just brought up a good point, especially for those that might be in a more relationship-driven business, consultants out there. It's the same principle. Like, people don't buy in those spaces your service. They buy the feeling of working with you, and your service comes with it, right? So the community aspect to it, no relationship-driven service is purchased, in contextual isolation from the person who gives it, right? So I think that's a great point. It's like, community is what you sell if you're a service provider in a relationship-driven business. And people don't buy the thing from you. They buy the feeling that they get from having that thing from you, which is a subtle distinction. But for a lot of consulting-driven organizations, it's a huge difference. So great point.
Yeah. John, thanks. All right. So what did teaching content creation at film school teach me about building community? Is there was a moment where I taught the same thing every single month. I taught students this thing this month, and then the next month I taught the students the same thing. The next month I taught the students the same thing. The next month I taught the students the same thing. Next month, and so on and so on. They had a shared experience. They all heard the same thing, regardless if they graduated 3 years ago or today. They all had this shared experience. And so I realized that in an online community, I created a Facebook group, and I called it Jason Blanchard's Film Networking Group, because I knew that everyone knew me. And so that was the common ground. Everyone knew me, so that means they could know each other. Because they're like, oh, I know Jason. Or we all went to Full Sail. We had the same common experience. So all of you right now, the 207 of you that are still here, you're all having a shared experience. You're all having this right now. And because of that, you could all, if we were all in the same place, if we were all in the same building, and there was no COVID, there was no, and we were in a classroom, 207 of you right now. And I said, turn to the person next to you and introduce yourself. You're like, okay. You would turn to the person next to you, and you would all have that shared common experience. And because of that, you can then talk about other things. The human beings have this weird thing, like, if I don't know if I have something common with you, I don't want to talk to you. Like, I don't want to talk to you. But the moment you're like, hey, you like football and you like football. Oh, you both like, you like football too? Yeah. So that shared common experience is what you're looking for when you're creating content or you're looking at your products and service, is that you've had a shared common experience. All right, so strategy. If you have not built your own community, you could join a thriving community. Like, you could look for a community that's already thriving. If you're a business, if you're a service, if you're a product, whatever it is that you're marketing, is there a community out there that's already doing something? Like, is there a threat hunting community? Is there a red team community? Is there the red team village? Is there the blue team village, the blue team con? These people are producing and creating communities. And can I integrate? And maybe it costs a little bit of money in sponsorship. Maybe it costs a little bit of time and energy into like actually reaching out and meeting and introducing yourself to those people. Maybe there's a lot of extra work that goes into it. But can you join a thriving community that's already there? Now, if you're like, no, I don't think I can do that, start your own thriving community. Now, I don't know if you have kids. I have a daughter. She is 15. She's wonderful. But you can already see that she wants the life that me and her mom have. Like, she's like, I'm going to have a big house. I'm going to have a car. I'm going to have all this. Like, no, No, you're gonna probably live in like a dorm of some kind, and you're gonna have like one pot, and then from there you might have like you get yourself an apartment, and then so what I'm trying to say is that if you start your own community, you might have two people, and one of them shows up once. You keep going. You keep going. You keep going. You keep going. If that is your goal in 2021, is to create a thriving community based around your product or service or your knowledge that you're sharing, start. And just remember that you're not going to have the Black Hills community. You're not going to have the Wild West Hackin Fest community. You're not going to have these communities to get started with, but it will show up over time. Now, empower your community. So those two people that show up for the very first time, you're like, hey, hello, hi. Not, sorry, that may have came across a little weird. You're like, hey, how's it going? Play cool. Thanks so much for joining here today. Can I like do something to say thank you? Like, can I send you a gift? Can I do this? Yeah, thank you for joining this community. And they're like, oh, well, no, thank you. And that gets them involved. And so someone's talked about being an introvert. I could talk about how you could shake off introvertedness, and I may if we have time for Q&A. And then gratitude towards your community. So that's empower your community. So when we started the Black Hills, let me talk about empowering and then gratitude. When we started the Black Hills Infosec Discord channel, started it, launched it, and then that night, one of the members sent me a message on Twitter, said, Jason, there's porn all over the Black Hills Discord channel. I was like, oh no. And I had to clear it up. And it wasn't I still see it. So I had to go through and delete the post and delete the user and all those things. And the person who reached out, Allie, who reached out and told me what had happened, I said, thank you. Could you help me moderate this? I was like, sure, I can help you moderate it. Thank you. And they became one of our early moderators. And look for ways to thank those person who are helping you. Look for ways that we can reinforce that we need your help, because we do. Like you can't run a community by yourself, and you can't run a community just by the people who work at your organization. Like you're going to need help from that community over time. And then to finish this off, why you would want to host your own virtual conference? Really, I highly recommend that at some point in 2021, your product, your service, you host your own virtual conference. You find those 5 internal subject matter experts. You do that 10 minutes that turns into 3 blog posts, that turns into a 50-minute presentation. You do your own virtual conference, because you know what a virtual conference is? It's a great big chunk of content. It's a great big chunk of content that can be broken into smaller pieces of content. It's a great big chunk of content that you can talk about that's coming up for the next couple weeks. I want you to look at the Infosec communities out there. Dragos does this really well. There's other companies that, I'm just trying to think of them right now. There are other companies that do this really well. They throw their own conference. You can do it too. And if you need help throwing your own conference, reach out to me in 2021. Or we have a video on how to host your own virtual conference that you can check out. Remember, content chunking, building on compounding content. I practice what I preach. So I would recommend that you think about hosting your own virtual conference in 2021. But with that, I'm done. Okay. All right, John.
Great job. Mic drop. If you should get a mic, and you should drop it. That was awesome.
It's real big. It's just right. Yeah, I think it would hurt the table.
It's a virtual mic. Hey, I know, so we're going to 4 p.m. Thursday. So we still have 24 hours. Do you want to, we got prizes. We got a lot of good stuff. Do you want to take a short break? We can hustle some Q&A.
Yeah, let's take 5. Yeah, someone just said you're basically giving away your secret sauce of Black House. Yep, I'm basically giving away the secret sauce of Black House. That is exactly what I'm doing, CJ Cooper. That is exactly what I'm doing. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, so we'll be back at 3:17. 3:17.
Don't be late. We're going to deploy 3 prizes. Boom, boom, boom. Rapid fire prizes right when we get back, so don't miss it.
All right, I'm going to go off camera for a second and just take a deep breath.
Marcello. That is our cue. So you are muted. I can tell I was very loud because you flinched. Sorry.
No, it's fine. For anyone who was wondering what I said, this is my show now. I'm taking over.
I'll go. You can just you can be your show. It's fine. Fine.
Fine. It wouldn't be a good show. It would not be a good show. No, come back.
Just, I want to go back to why you don't have a mirror. I have a question.
I actually do have a mirror. It's just like not in the. It's in the living room, and it's a big mirror. I have to take it out though. If it makes it any, I have to take it out of the closet. Like it's in the closet. I have to take it out whenever I want to use it.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I think that counts. In this room, I have 2 mirrors.
Oh, okay. There you go. There you go.
It's only because we're painting our bedroom, and one of the mirrors belongs in there. So this is like storage. But this whole time, I thought, wow, Marcello doesn't have a mirror. Like I
mean, to be fair, it would explain a lot, right?
So you probably look like that anyway. Ryan, do you have a mirror? I feel like this isn't a good question.
No, I have cameras. Just turn on the camera.
Yeah, to be fair, those are just like really expensive mirrors now that you think about it. Like that's
very true.
Next level mirrors.
Yeah, I do have some mirrors, but not many. You got a mirror behind you, but I don't have a mirror in the room here.
Yeah, I just have one, and it's just really big, and it's sort of hidden. But other than that, I mean, it's still got a mirror.
They're overrated. Like, you know what you look like. It's fine. And you trust trusted friends to be like, you got a little,
got some schmutz.
Right.
Some schmutz.
And also, where am I going anyway? I mean, it's COVID. Like, where? No. I mean, I barely.
Thanks for that. Way to bring it down. I cannot wait to get back in person with people. Like I feel like a broken record saying this all the time. I know I'm not alone, even for the introverts. I know Jason will probably talk a little bit about like the difference between introvert and extrovert. It's where you get your energy from. I feel like I'm extrovert, obviously, clearly, but most of my closest friends are introverts. They need like an extrovert to like get them out of their shell. So anyway, all that to say, we need each other, and I can't wait to be back in person with you guys.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Yeah, the conferences are needed, are definitely needed to some degree. Yeah. From a social aspect, not just from a technical aspect, but from a social aspect, definitely is needed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When was the last time you left your house, Marcello?
Well, I mean, I guess checking the mail and taking out the trash count. I mean, no.
When did you have a destination to go to?
Oh, I had to bring my car to a mechanic, and that was like a week ago. Like that.
Why? You don't go anywhere. Why do you need a car?
Yeah. I mean, Colorado's big. You need the car to like do stuff. I mean, before this mess, but now
in the before times.
Yeah, exactly. In the old world, like you need
the old world.
World before. Yes, before 2020.
Oh man, the bar is so low, right? Like, well, I checked the mail today.
I did actually check the mail today.
Leaving the house technically counts as leaving the house. I'm out of the house, not in the house.
Mm-hmm. Jason, we had someone very sad that Sad Plane is gone.
Sad Plane's just up higher.
Yeah, well, I was.
Wait, no, Sad Plane's really.
He's not sad anymore. He's fantastic.
Robust
plant. Yes, we see your lovely
something
kid.
To say.
He's cute. What's he saying?
Now she doesn't want to talk.
Nothing.
She was staring at me, whining. She doesn't want to talk.
Yeah, what's her name?
Her name is Ellie.
Ellie?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Adorable.
Welcome back, everybody.
She's now mad.
How you doing?
Yeah, I got up. Gonna stretch a little bit.
Yeah. You're a beast. You went beast mode there for over an hour.
Yeah. So what happened is that. Welcome back, John. Sorry, I was late. I was getting some assistance put on my ugly sweater. Please continue.
I was like super glued on that.
It's got a lot going on, but you guys just continue. I'm just gonna have a candy.
I need to up my ugly sweater game. Apparently, I thought I was good with my Snoop Dogg sweaters, but apparently not.
I'll answer the obvious question. No, it's not comfortable. And yes, I would pass out if this thing goes past 4:15. So
It's very heavy.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We have the final segment here. If you are a company that would like to get involved with Wild West Hackin Fest in the future, feel free to reach out at some point. That is my only plug for today. I feel like the only plug for today.
Yeah. The whole thing's a plug.
Is it?
No, it's not. It's not. No. All right.
Where'd my buttons go? Oh, there they are.
Where did my buttons go?
I hope that becomes a new audio clip that you have. All right, John.
I lost my buttons.
I've lost my buttons. Yeah, we'll give a full tour of this. It's their time at the end. There's a lot going on, including a Christmas satchel and a original NES controller that I have on board. Let's give away some prizes. We're going to do 3 prizes right now so that we can officially give it out. Jason, you got a goodie bag to give away, right? What you got?
Yeah. So we got a goodie bag with stickers, a magnet that says breached or not breached. It's like an old school kitchen magnet, like it's your breach, not breached.
Nice.
So we have that along with a deck of backdoors and breaches, and hopefully we have a die that we can send with you. So if you would like that, please. Did you have a thing all ready to go for the gift?
Yeah, we've got a gift. You can also win a Rebel Haiku swag bag. That's my company. So you're going to get a Rebel Haiku t-shirt. Please designate size. And I'm going to throw in a pair of Aeroflot Russian airline first class slipper footies. And I'm going to write you an inspirational message in a bottle and insert it into the package with a message that will change your life. 87% guaranteed. I don't know what it's going to be. But those are the 3 prize packs. And the challenge we're going to need to drop you in, we're going to select our best 3 gifts, is drop in a gift of what you will be doing on New Year's Eve. Go,
Okay.
Light it up. Off you go.
That is safe for work.
Yeah, safe for work. Sorry, keep it clean, everyone. And does not need to be accurate, but it should meet the incredible gift criteria standards. So, okay, awesome. Look at this. All right, we got some good stuff coming in. We'll be selecting 3 winners.
Deb's going to be the chooser as well.
I think so. Yep, just to keep it fair and square.
Those of you that are not on Discord, you're like, oh, how can I play? Well, you gotta be on Discord.
Got to be on the Discord. Oh, Snuggies. Oh my gosh. All right. By the way, for these prize slides, I originally were just going to make them Christmas themed until I found a bunch of really great gifts of this dude from IKEA ads pouring stuff and doing other things. So that's why it is a non-Christmas related gift.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. Well, in the interest of time, why don't we let keep them coming? I think Deb's going to select ours, and we'll keep going. How are we doing on time, Jason? We need to wrap it.
We got 49 minutes.
Okay.
Is that right? No, we have 39 minutes.
All right. Cool. Well, I'll just go through my sessions, and then we'll have Q&A at the end.
Okay.
Rock and roll. All right. Oh, good
So
stuff.
you're gonna create. So after all this, like after all the things that we talked about, everything that we've you're gonna create a plan in 15 minutes.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, let's get to it. Here's another gift that we won't spend time on, but I did watch this for about almost a minute, and no, he does not pull the tablecloth off. So let's talk about putting some, rubber to the road in terms of things we talk about: brand differentiation, an approach to content chunking, creating a measurement baseline. How do you move that stuff into an organized plan for the year? And if you can take me seriously wearing this, I'm going to communicate to you some really profound information. So strap in. Here's a couple just concepts to keep in mind. The farther out you plan, the more resources you have. Budgeting time goes just as far as budgeting money. And if it's on the calendar, your likelihood of getting it done, especially for those that have accountability, like your SMEs, all the likelihood goes up. And I have a calendar to share. If you're starting from level 0, I've got a Google Calendar I can share with you. And then one of the things I want to challenge you to as you move into your strategic planning for next year is your approach should be simple enough to fit on a single piece of paper, but also deep enough to fill up, a 10-page PDF or a book. So you can go to the next slide, Jason. Here's an example too of if you want, I use a marketing plan template as sort of a modified version of some stuff HubSpot put out. I'm also happy to share that with you. That's the document on the right. And we're going to go through a couple of those highlights. On the left, though, I want to challenge you. Can you distill your marketing plan for the year onto a single piece of paper? And yes, it should be paper because I want you to print it out and post it up somewhere so that A, you can see it, and B, if you are going back to an office at some time, that others can see it. But it should be clear enough that you know who you're talking to, what you're doing, the messages that you're sending, and the channels that you're on, and that should fit on one sheet of paper, hopefully well designed. We're going to briefly go through a couple aspects of the larger marketing plan, like business summary, initiatives, target market, market strategy, just knowing that a bunch of people that may see this will never read that portion, but there are a couple really great highlights that I want you to know. So next slide, please, Jason. Here's one of the ones, business summary, right? If you've never done a lot of times you will be part of a SWOT analysis for your overall organization. I would challenge you to do a SWOT specifically for your marketing operations. So, what are the strengths of your marketing enterprise? What are the weaknesses? What are the opportunities and threats all for your marketing organization? Even if that's just you, right? Obviously, weakness would be, it's just me. But also strength could be that it's just you. So I challenge you to have some fun with it and try to get some sentences down to be able to frame out that SWOT for the new year for marketing. Next slide. This, I think, is a really helpful. If you're at the point where you've done a lot of that heavy lift work related to brand and related to audiences and who you're targeting and things like that, putting an initiative in place, if you have more than 3, that's probably too many initiatives. And if you only have 1, it probably doesn't reflect the reality of who your audiences are that you're trying to reach. And I'm not going to go through it. This is in that document that I'll drop in the chat right after this session. But this is a great overview of what is our initiative? What are we doing? Well, over the next time period, we're going to launch that podcast, create that blog, do that card deck or whatever. That becomes what? What does success look like for it? Becomes a go-to resources for customers burning questions, or your number one source of leads, or a way to reposition ourselves and make up for some bad press or something. I don't know what it is. Goals and metrics. And I like the example of metrics to put some numbers with it. 10 downloads a month. It's a great place to start. 50,000 organic page views. I don't know. Those are real numbers that you can track and identify to at least put something with it. So initiatives have no more than 3 and make them as specific as possible. I think we could do a whole workshop on audience analysis and buyer personas. We're not, but I do want to challenge you to try to get at least some framework put around in terms of the demographic. And if you do that content, that column 5 brand toolkit, it does have some pre-built audience analysis pages in there for you to fill out, to maybe take 3 audience groups: recruiting and hires, executive decision makers, and technical influencers, right? Those could be your 3, and go through it. I think it's a great way to sort of flesh out what they do, what keeps them up at night, age range, education, things like that, which isn't really like a slam dunk, and it's not necessarily 100% clear. But when it does get to things like targeting and writing voice, and if you use a vendor network for ads or for writing, it helps a lot to be able to walk them through something, especially if what you do is unclear or complicated to a layperson. Next up. All right, this is gold. That's all basic stuff that you can Google and you should document in some capacity. But let's talk about this. This is the 6 Ps. And since they all start with the letter P and it's alliteration, it must be true. So you'll want to really take note of this because this is 100% true, unlike the other things that I've shared. So these are the different elements you've got to go through to figure out for your marketing strategy. Do we have clarity over the 6 Ps? Product. What is it that we actually sell, right? And within that, what are the flavors or versions of it? Price. What are the prices, right? Is it clear? Do we broadcast them or not? And are there different versions of prices depending on educational audience, nonprofits, or regular buyers? Promotion. What are your key channels to share? And no, you don't have to be on every single social network sharing every single one of your blogs. You may find an investment exclusively in Reddit is where you want to be, or you may find out that LinkedIn paid, although expensive, is your best place to be in order to to reach people. So promotions. Next up is people, and this can go two ways, right? Like people, who is in your execution ecosystem? Who's out there doing the doing? Are they vendors? Are they in-house? And then people, who are you trying to reach? Who is it that's on that audience analysis? And make sure that you build in those job titles. Next is process. What's our sort of, get it done process? Who has approvals and when? And this gets more complicated the bigger that your organization is, but where are those approvals and milestones? And then the last P, which is perhaps my favorite, what's the physical evidence? What's the proof you will introduce into the conversation to validate the claims that you're making? Case studies and testimonials are a great place to start. Original research, aggregated data, curated articles, those are all evidence-based things. The more that they come from your work in your organization and your services and products, the better. But physical evidence always goes a long way. It's like basically the before and after picture only for our space. So those are the 6 Ps. This is a great way as you work through your marketing planning. Make sure that you have clarity and details around each of the 6 Ps, because together, this is basically what you do all day. Make sense? Let's keep going. If you're not familiar with the
Did we lose John, or did we lose me?
framework, this is another way to organize your resources and budget into buckets. And oh, sorry, are you there? Can you hear me, Jason?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I got lost or you got lost.
Okay.
You're back.
The PreShow model, I'm back. All right, no worries. The PreShow model, if you're not familiar with it, I didn't come up with it, but it's a general way to approach initiatives and activities based on 4 components: paid, earned, shared, and owned. PreShow. So paid is any marketing activities you do where you trade dollars for results. Pay-per-click advertising, banner ads, buying lists. These are all things that you pay money for where you know what you're going to get in terms of reach or clicks or whatever it is. Earned media is PR, right? It's doing something amazing and people talk about you. So anything that you do where you have an opportunity for others, where you have earned visibility through something that you have done, that's the earned part. Owned is all of your own channels, anything that you have already in your possession to execute on, right? Like social media, your blog, maybe you own a helicopter and you can drop flyers over Chicago. That would be owned, all owned media, right? It's stuff that you are in control of. And the last one is shared. Those are things that you do as a partner with another organization or another firm or association or nonprofit where you together share that initiative. So most organizations that are healthy, growing, and testing are doing all categories, and most organizations are strong in 1 or 2. Everyone's usually weak in one of them, and I'm not sure anyone just knocks it out of the park for every single one every month of the year. But what you want to be doing is just being aware of the PreShow framework, looking for strengths and weaknesses, and working backwards from this model back to your goals to see where you should be investing more of and where you are doing a really great job in. This is also a helpful framework to communicate outside of your own world to others in your marketing or communications enterprise, so they're aware of the way that you think about activity and which buckets you put it in. And keep going. All right, and here's the last one. I just call this hack the planning because let's be honest, there's a lot of what you might be doing week to week, month to month, year to year that isn't like going to win an award. It's not particularly amazing and unbelievable, and doesn't result in a card deck or an Amazon product, but it's necessary. It's keep the lights on. Maybe you won an award and you have a new hire. It's stuff that is it's air cover, right? You're continuing to keep the channels hot, stay in the conversation. And this is like hitting the drumbeat, right? It's not noise, it's not useless, but it's stuff that doesn't take a ton of time to do, and you're keeping your channels active. If those efforts come out of your understanding of what your unfair advantage is in the marketplace, the key things that you have that no one else does, and the advantages you have over your competitors, then that's great. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. Track the metrics, look for it, but you should be spending less time on those things over time than more. The real trick is how can you leverage and launch a couple of key campaigns throughout the year? And I usually like to think in threes, right? If you're thinking of a campaign or you're thinking of a special project or an initiative, make it last for 3 months. Make it cost $3,000 or $33,000. Involve 3 people, have 3 key metrics that you'll track, and do 3 of them a year. right? This is a great place to start in terms of threes if you are starting from level 0, or you're really trying to next level a lot of the stuff that you've done sort of from skill and luck in the past, and you're trying to get it more sophisticated and planned. Try thinking in threes to plan 3 campaigns a year. And in our final segment, we're going to talk about stupid ideas, and that'll be a way to bring some of that to light. But, if you have a special blog series that you want to do, or, if you do want to do, to Jason's point, a card game or something immersive or interactive, or, an Oculus virtual, be inside a Christmas sweater experience or something like that. If it's longer than 3 months, it's hard to maintain leadership engagement with it. If it's shorter than 3 months, you better be really, really good at planning it, or else it's not a real campaign. It's just sort of a special project. So think about that in terms of how you frame out the year. And you can go to the next slide, Jason. That's a way to just approach doing new things, because what we're recommending a lot of this is, hey man, you might come up with a lot of great ideas that might go nowhere. And that's okay. Part of it is you need a safe and strategic way to test and repeat. And not everything has to risk the ranch in terms of how risky it is. I've got a lot of templates and checklists. If you have interns, if you have hires under you, if you have anything that you do where you can turn it into a template or a checklist or an SOP for others to use and work off of, use them. And I've got a bunch, and later on, if you write me a little testimony, I'll send you the whole batch. If you had fun today, I'll send you the whole batch of them. But I like these to go to where if you have a webinar coming up and you want to promote it, you want to use that, repurposing methodology that Jason showed you, turn it into a checklist. If you're doing a, monthly recruiting town hall or something like that, turn it into a checklist. And at least this way, you've got a documented plan, and you as the leader can spend less time on it and task others to own some of these processes. Employee features, new hire onboarding, promotion of key events, they all can be turned into a checklist. So although not wildly fun, do it. Next slide. I did want to share, and do not share this outside this group. This is my secret Evernote list of free stuff, finally curated over the years to include my favorite memes, GIFs, photo sources, stock photos, competitive analysis tools, etc.
Is it okay if I share it?
You can, share it in the Discord there, Jason. It's in the notes, but don't share it outside this group. This is only for our elite and awesome Wild West Hackin Fest Inner Circle people on this call. So
it is leaked already. It is already leaked on.
It is leaked. Great. Do not post to Reddit. So I just give you this as a place to go for some of my favorite tools for where to get stock image, free audio, print mailers, wristbands, all kinds of weird stuff that at least something in here, if nothing else that I have said is useful, you've got my huge list of free stuff, sources, and great websites for getting stock photo and video and things like that. So Jason's going to drop that in for you. And I'm going to blast through the last little bit here because I want to get to our final section. Next slide, Jason. Here's a sample of a publishing calendar, and I can hook you up with this as well if you would like. But essentially, now that you've got this framework, you've got to have some sort of go-to, universally accepted Bible of planning within your organization for what you're going to do. What I like to do is actually work from the bottom up, which is what are our key announcements from the year and when? What are the events that we're going to be at, whether virtual or in person? What are the partnerships that we have, and when are we going to do something with them? And then to work up, like when are our monthly email blasts, our videos, and our blog posts. I know that it's not this neat and tidy when you actually get to doing it, but at least this way, if it's on the calendar and other people see it, the reinforcement that you have an organized plan for the rest of the year that integrates other people's priorities and needs into your program is just huge. And it takes some habituation on behalf of the rest of the organization to use it. But if you have one place that you can live off of, it sure makes it easier month to month.
So John, you brought up a good point I want to add on to it, is that if you're a one-person shop or if you're new to an organization and someone in leadership says, hey, what about this? And you're like, well, let me show you this detailed calendar that I have. And you're like, oh. Or hey, what was the amount of downloads that we had on last thing? You're like, oh, let me show you the place where I keep track of my metrics. And you're like, oh. At some point they go, you're organized, you're taking care of it, I trust you. And that is what a lot of this stuff helps you with. Because at some point, your organization says, I trust you. Like, you got it. You're taking care of it. You got results. You're at least organized. I trust you. So that's a good use of these things as well, as to build that trust internally at your own org.
You are building an ecosystem. You're building an ecosystem of trust, both upways and downways and sideways within your organization. And it's helpful for you to maintain personal accountability for planning, but it's helpful, to Jason's point, to bring credibility and gravitas to the marketing program you run, especially if you're at some sort of disadvantage to the role that you're in. Like, oh, we just made this role and people don't trust marketing, or the person that was before me, they're horrible and they have a bad taste in their mouth, right? These tools of organization allow you to introduce that credibility into the monthly tempo of the organization, and they're already done for you, so start filling in the blanks. Jason, the link for this is over in the deck. Maybe you can drop this into, just make a copy of this. This is a Google Sheet calendar, but at least here, at the least, if you blog once or twice a month, you're going to do better than most of your competitors. If you're doing a video even quarterly, you're doing better than most of your competitors. So at least this way, there's an opportunity for you to get it all on the calendar. And even if stuff's not getting done, I just turn it red. And then looking back, we have more ideas for the future. All right, and then last slide in this series, and then we'll get to something else. So I wrote all these content checklists and templates. Shameless plug, I'm happy to share them. If you write me a little testimonial of some kind, I'll get you the whole batch. But there's ones in here on like employee onboarding, webinar prep, a Glassdoor checklist, things like that. So Jason, I'm not sure what the best method is, but in the interest of time, I want to keep going and not talk it to death. But these are free for you if you want them.
Yeah, I would say drop your email at the end, and whoever emails you, and then ask and send them to them.
Cool.
That feels right.
That feels right. All right, good. All right, well, look, I know we blasted through that section. If you want the marketing template as well, just let me know and we'll drop that in for you. So, short version, get a plan, document it, make it organized, and remember that those plans are not just for you. They are to create a web of strategy and trust amongst your organization. And that web of trust directly impacts your ability to get resources, buy-in, and support to make the most awesome program possible. All right, let's talk about this final section here, and then we'll get to some questions. It's called One Stupid Idea. And this isn't a ton of, I got a little bit of tips and a formula for you, but Jason, I want to share with you a couple case studies on just things that worked and didn't work that came from a stupid idea. And here's the thing about stupid ideas, and there's real science behind this, not fake John Barnes science, but real science. The state between sleeping and waking, right? It's like, this is a creative state when your mind is like processing real stuff, but behind your consciousness and giving you great ideas. So a lot of your best opportunities to grab ideas come when you're not actually working, right? When you're driving through the car, when you're waiting in line, when you're sort of awake or sort of asleep. This is a great sort of ether between sleeping and waking where some great ideas come. The thing is, sometimes they're shrouded in stupidity, and you have to bring them to life a little bit more by asking this question: what if we blank? And I want to share all the things I'm going to share with you come from filling in the blank of, guys, what if we Okay, so I want to challenge you to look for loops in your conversations with other people in your organization or in your network to have what if we conversation. That falls under this belief, which you either believe or don't believe, which is half of success in this space is being different, is standing out. Right, wrong, strategic, not strategic, getting forgotten is basically the challenge, and being different and standing out. You won't remember if you were like distracted on this call or kind of listening, or you just zoned out because it's, December and you're pandemic, fatigued. You will remember all of these exciting gifts, and you will remember this sweater, right? And somewhere in your mind, you're like, John Barnes sweater guy, gift guy, right? And in some way that will turn into marketing credibility for me. But being different in your space means having to do something differently, not just in your branding, but from actions. And here's how to find and identify a stupid idea, to back into a strategy, and then to see if it works. So first of all, while you can't force it to come, a lot of these great moments come before or after meetings, but don't undercut the value of a really great pizza party, And the first P to remember is P is for pizza. And everybody does better on brainstorming when you've got pizza and beer, etc. So when you have a stupid idea, like what if we just think of how to answer that statement. If you did something so outrageous, so dumb, so stupid that it just might be sophisticated enough to work. That's what you're looking for. When you drill down to an idea that's really dumb, and I'll give you the formula in the next slide, back into the creative brief, right? So once you have an idea, like helicopter Chicago flyer drop, right? Like we're going to drop flyers over the Sears Tower or something like that. Once you have that, then back into a strategy. Get down with a Word document, like goal to leverage, blah, blah, blah. Like do your marketing biz speak and back into the creative brief or the strategic brief, answering the key questions of who, what, when, where, why, and how. That is a real strategy that actually works. I'm going to show you for it. Chances are you're going to need to get approval or buy-in or something because there's going to be an element of risk to it. If you are able to measure the results and have a documented brief around it, it will seem like you strategically came up with it, even though you didn't. And then the last two, be ready to pivot if it works, but in a different way, make it agile. And lastly, be ready for it to fail and be upfront about that before you begin. So let's go to the next slide, Jason. I know we're cruising fast here, but here is the formula, right? How to mobilize crazy. This is your formula. Take a screenshot of this. And yes, you may post this to your socials, #JohnBarnesSweater. First, start with pizza. This first rule. Second, look for one of these P's. Is there a partnership that we could pursue that is very unusual or interesting or gets us outside our space? Second, is there a performance, a show, or some sort of Broadway-esque element that we could do that would make it a performance to capture people? Third, is there a parody? Is there a parody, a spoof, or a prank that we could do that's built on an inside joke in our space? Next, are there props? Are there physical things like this sweater? I'm literally wearing a prop, so dumb enough that you are being inspired right now by my sweater. Are there props that we could use in this in order to introduce a physical element to it? Are there prizes? Did you know at the end of this, someone's going to win a PS5? I'm kidding. No one's winning a PS5 today. We're going to mail you a copy of my book. But are there prizes? Like, what is the incentive? Is it something rare, expensive, bizarre, or otherwise, unbelievable that a prize would do it? And lastly, what is the PR element? Is there a public relations element to it that you can really leverage to get attention? Take all that and introduce what you actually do to one of those P's, and that is the start of a great, stupid idea. Does that make sense? Let me show you what I mean with some real case studies, and maybe this will make sense. So where I used to work at a previous agency here in Maryland, there's a big business park called Columbia Gateway Drive here in Columbia, Maryland. But the sign that you see, on the top left there is everyone thinks it's Colonel Gateway Drive. And one day driving, we just thought, what if we actually made like this Colonel Gateway? How funny would that be? Next thing you know, with $100 budget, we got a costume, a Twitter account, and we ran with this thing based on, it was an inside joke and a parody and a performance. We had a music video. The Colonel's Twitter is still up there. I'm not personally running it anymore. And the Colonel even kicked off a large professional event in costume, gave out awards, and even had multiple parties all around mobilizing this idea of an inside joke for the 15,000 people that worked on Columbia Gateway Drive. So that is a parody that actually worked out in a positive way. I was at the Maryland Cybersecurity Awards, and it was you're supposed to wear funky slippers. I was like, all right, that's weird. I guess cyber people need to loosen up. So I had this idea, what if my slippers had a persona? But there were two different ones. There was like a good hacker cow and a bad hacker cow, because I had these cow slippers. I knew I was going to wear the slippers. And I gave each one a costume. I actually have good hacker cow here with me. This is good hacker cow. He's a legitimate slipper. And you can see he's got his like tie on, and he's got the clip, and his glasses got a little abused. But I made a Twitter account for each of my slippers, and the goal was to show up and rock the slippers, but then overwhelm all the hashtags and the social for the night with good hacker cow and bad hacker cow going back at each other and disrupting the social conversation of the night. Turns out No one was really on Twitter. There wasn't much conversation happening at the event itself. It was a different scene and a different vibe. And good Hacker Cal and bad Hacker Cal basically talked to themselves on Twitter, and nothing happened. So that was a calculated risk. That wasn't that risky, but it went nowhere, and I thought it was hilarious. This is a project when I worked at a law firm many moons ago, and these are the guys that did FDA and USDA regulatory. So if you're importing a product, you got to make sure the nutrition facts and all the stuff on your product is FDA compliant. So we had this idea: what if we made a fake product that was so over the top and ridiculous, and we took it to the Natural Products Expo, the East Coast's largest gathering of organic and natural products people, and we hustled a real booth as if we were this fake company called Live Forever Juice, even though everyone here is a bunch of regulatory consultants and attorneys who help people stay compliant with FDA law. So we made this fake product called Live Forever Juice, and it makes over-the-top claims like you will literally live forever, lose weight, be healthy, and there's nothing in it except some marketing materials and keychain. But we had a whole over-the-top brand for it. We had T-shirts, we had palm trees and a video loop, and we handed out fake products. And the FDA actually came by, and we gave them a product and said, "Sir, would you like to live forever?" Our product literally guarantees it. And they had a great time once they found out what it was about. But this turned into a physical performance and a parody. And we were able to roll it into, it's still going years later as a social only component, but we destroyed the show with our completely over the top fake product. And we went back a second year with an even bigger booth. And that one turned out to be a home run. So that came from a what if we idea that could have been lost. It was like right after lunch or after a meeting, someone's like, it'd be funny if we made like a fake product with like ridiculous claims on it, but we actually did it. And it was very fun. All right, next slide, Jason, and then we're going to wrap because we're out of time. This one hasn't gone anywhere yet, but for those of you in secure and classified environments, I had this hilarious idea at the end of another webinar, and I threw it out. I was like, guys, wouldn't it be funny if we made like a fake fragrance called Pass My Polygraph? And, if you're in the space where you have to get a polygraph for secure or classified government work, it's like, oh, it's a fragrance that you get when you pass your poly, and it smells like, success and sweat and secret information, right? So I had this idea. You could see the mock-up stuff from placeit.com where I literally threw it together while the presentation was still going because I thought it was so funny. So it hasn't gone anywhere. I threw it out to everyone. It's like, guys, here's a free idea. First one to run with it wins. Just promise me you'll involve me if you decide to actually spend money on this. But that's a great idea that came from a webinar, that came from a what if we idea. Jason?
Yeah, I got a quick one here. Is two things. Is when I came on board, John's like, hey, what if we had like team jerseys for people? There's the red team, the blue team, like the threat hunters. And I was like, oh, okay. So we took a look and we created like characters to go along with it. We got the red team raccoons because raccoons like to dig into things and find stuff that should remain hidden. Got bears that like to protect their own, but they're also like, ferocious and you shouldn't mess with them. And then tigers are fantastic hunters. And so and it's all alliterations, blue team bears, threat hunter tigers, red team raccoons. And we use these. And so we have stickers for them, we had shirts for them, and they became like massively popular when we'd give them away at conferences. And then all of a sudden we added blue team services, and I was like, wait, why don't we just use these for our own actual services? And so we did. And I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And then we have the purple team, because we have a lot of purple team things that are happening now. So we needed a purple team mascot. So internally we tried to like, hey, should we do this? Should we do this? Should we do this? And it needed to start with a P. And internally no one could vote on it. I was like, I'll just put it on Twitter. And so it was platypus, panther, porcupine, pterodactyl, but it starts with a P. So, and then we let people vote. So you see it's 1,184 votes, and now we're designing a platypus to go with the purple team platypus, swag and stuff. The other idea was a what if idea was, what if we made our training pay what you can? Now, some of you participated in that, but that was a what if statement that was very like, oh, well, okay. And we weren't sure how it would go. And it ended up being a really great idea, but it definitely started with what if. And there was some hesitation, like, what if we Like, what does that cause? Like, is that issues? Can we teach that many people? And we really did. When we released it, and all of a sudden we had like 4,000 people register. Like, good God. Okay. So how are we going to train those people all at scale, all at once? And it was that content community thing that came in to make it all possible. So those were two of the ideas I wanted to share. Was what if we had a platypus, or what if we had pay what you can training? And we're wrapping up here. So with our last slide.
No, that was a fast and furious overview of some projects, but I want to encourage people to not miss the really great little moments before and after meetings, calls, pre-show banter, because your mind is more creative and you're open to some just having fun with it. And a lot of great ideas come from just having fun with it and asking what if and running with it. Just know that many of my greatest ideas have only been funny to me. But I've had some that really worked, and there is no roadmap for that. But if you back into strategy, you can make it as strategic as possible.
And Michael Slack's like, and now Jason's talking about a platypus. Yes,
and that's how to make $1 million in the stock market overnight. All right, guys, great call.
All right, everyone, thank you so much for being here. We are wrapping up in the last 6 minutes. If you're watching the recording, thanks for checking out the recording. Hopefully you found the parts that you wanted. I would love to see the YouTube stats on how many people make it through the whole 4 hours. Like, you're the 177 of you are the hardcore. You're like, you powered through. You might be doing other things right now. Like, I'm actually doing marketing stuff right now, but I'm also listening. So for those of you that stuck around with us, thank you. If there's anything left that we haven't covered, feel free to ask. Were you satisfied with the pay what you want percentages results? Absolutely. The answer, did the pay what you want? Yes. The way the pay what you want works is a success all around. We like it. John and I are thinking about using a pay what you can for a 16-hour training class that we're going to do in March. So we're going to do a 16-hour Infosec marketing. John's just hearing about this for the first time. But we're going to do a 16-hour marketing course for Infosec in March, which at this point will be a pay what you can class. So if that's $20 or $0 or $495 because you want your work to just reimburse you for it, that's fine. Designing a logo, powered. So just looking through now, is there anything left that we did not cover? And I think people are hesitant because they're like, they're just going to use it. They're going to use it for their 16-hour training class. Like, they're just going to use my questions because they're worth more than jewels and gold.
More than jewels and gold. Congratulations to all our winners, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Deb, can you tell us who won?
Yeah. I'm jealous, even though I'm winning the prizes myself.
Yes, I can tell you who won. Again, very difficult to choose. But the top three, hold on, gotta find out where they were again, was Matt Jung, Astro 2 Cyber, and A Sky. And I will post all of the winning gifts.
Awesome. Well done. It shoots money.
I was saving the Make It Rain gun until the end. So congratulations, everyone. I can throw in a $100 bill if you want, but that's purely for prop purposes.
Tabitha asked the question that might be what we end on today. Is anything specific you've seen marketing and InfoSec that's different from other industries, or either works or doesn't work? So Tabitha, the one thing that I've seen in the InfoSec world is that your end user has the ability to kill all of your efforts. They can block your ads. They can block your emails. They can do so many things that doesn't allow marketing to get through, which makes it difficult, which means you have to provide value to the point where they look forward to your email. They look forward to what you're going to do. They look forward to it instead of it being like John, you?
Yeah, and again, a lot of my experience comes on the other side of the sandwich, the top slice of bread, leadership, thought leadership, relationship-driven kinds of stuff. I think from that perspective, don't assume that you're the folks that you're trying to reach at that board, C-suite, leadership, decision-making level actually understand what it is that you do sell or provide. Because I call it like the black box syndrome. Like at some point, all of the things are like just turning into black boxes in the stack, just like for marketing people too. Like 10 years ago, there were 300 marketing tools. Now there's like 3,400 different marketing tools you could use. And it is blurry, like so many things. So I'm not sure I'd say it's radically different per se, except that it's the same challenge that a lot of those who sell products and services based solutions in tech experience. And you gotta be different. You gotta be different. And it doesn't all have to be stupid like this kind of different. It can be very smartly different as well. So.
So remember to send John an email. John, what is your email?
I'll put it in the thing. It's john.barnes@rebelhaiku.com. JON.Barnes.
All right. And then my last takeaway I wanted to give everyone, if you were like, hey, I really enjoyed this day, but I would like it more in depth and I don't want to wait for that 16-hour class that you guys are doing next year. I highly recommend Marketing Rebellion by Mark Schaefer. If I was going to write a book about marketing, it would be this book. And so when I got done reading it, I was like, shut up! Because I don't need to write it. So that's fine. Mark already wrote it. So if you were like, hey, I really dig the stuff you're talking about today, then it's the Marketing Rebellion that you can check out. Not an affiliate link. You can buy it if you want to. If not, totally fine. And with that, Deb, take us on out.
I get to end for all. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Thanks, guys, for showing up. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.